Daytime baseball here at Sinsheimer Stadium as the San Luis Obispo Blues host the Santa Barbara Foresters, the rivals from down south just an hour and a half away. Hello everyone and welcome inside the broadcast booth. My name is Nate Mills, calling the balls, strikes, and much more this afternoon at Sinsheimer Stadium as we get you set for this CCL matchup between the SLO Blues and the Santa Barbara Foresters. These two have already faced off 3 times this season, 2-1. The Foresters have the advantage over San Luis Obispo. They look to even up the series right here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Santa Barbara is currently tied for first place with the Conejo Oaks, and they're on a 4-game winning streak. Blues looking to put that to an end right here, right now, on this Mimosa Sunday. Well, for the Blues, they are now in second place tied with the Menlo Park Legends after 2 wins against the Alameda Merchants. They just snapped a 4-game losing streak after a walk-off walk in the bottom of the 10th inning 2 nights ago, and last night beating the Merchants in 9 innings. And so they're now riding a 2-game winning streak, trying to keep that playoff spot in the CCL North. So they're tied for second with the Menlo Park Legends, and the Walnut Creek Crawdads are just running away with the division. They're 3.5 games above the Legends and the Blues with that 6-game winning streak. So let's take a look at the defensive alignments for your Blues this afternoon. Behind the dish, it's Parker Goff. At first base, it's Casey Borba. Braden Jeffries at second. Sam Ardois starting at third for the first time this season. Jared Medham returns to the diamond starting at shortstop. In the outfield, left to right, Cooper Witten, E.J. Royal, and Jariah Lewis, with Brendan Comerford doing the designated hitting. On the mound for your Blues, it's John Damazonio. He is making his 4th start of the season for the Blues. This is his 6th appearance. He's pitched in 16 innings with 29 strikeouts, 10 walks, 5 earned runs. He has a 2.81 ERA and a 1.31 WHIP. And I'm just evaluating John Damazonio here. He does have those 10 walks in the 16 innings pitch. He has some command issues, certainly especially after his last outing. But I just keep looking at those 29 strikeouts. Can't help but think that he'll have no problem getting through these Foresters hitters. He's got all the stuff to do it, the flamethrower from St. Mary's. Now let's look at 1 through 9 for the Santa Barbara Foresters. Leading off, it's Caden Peterson. Jonas Sebring batting second. Nolan Souza third. Cleaning it up is Jack Holman. Daniel Patterson batting fifth. TJ Pompey sixth. Jackson Freeman seventh. Johnny Rodriguez eighth. And Ryan Taman in the 9th spot, catching for the Foresters. Ryan Taman, also a former San Luis Obispo Blue, as Damazonio gets set to throw his final warm-up pitch. Blues this season are 17-8, while the Foresters are 11-5. Foresters 11-5 in conference as well. The Blues are 8-7 in conference. San Luis Obispo is 13-5 at home. They want to make it 14 here. And in their last 10 games, they're an even 5-5. Different story for the Foresters, a 7-3 record, a part of that 4-game winning streak. So leading it off, it's Caden Peterson, a left fielder, getting ready to face Damazonio. First pitch, missing up and away for ball 1. 2:04 is today's first pitch at Sinsheimer Stadium with a 84-degree and sunny day in San Luis Obispo. Here's the 1-0 to Caden Peterson, leadoff man for Santa Barbara, as that fastball misses inside from Damazonio, 2 balls and no strikes. Peterson is a Tiger from the University of Pacific, entering his junior year after growing up in Turlock, California. 2-0. Swing and a miss for strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Peterson. And there's the first strike of the day from Damazonio. So far this season, Peterson is 10 of 27, a .370 batting average with 1 extra base hit. It's a double, and no runs batted in. 2-1 is taken on the outside corner for strike 2. After 2 balls in a row, Damazonio retorts back with 2 straight strikes to even up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind softly blowing out to left field. Not a cloud in the sky at Sinsheimer. Fastball inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. That'll fill it up to Caden Peterson, who last season at UOP batted a .266 average and 173 at-bats. 46 hits, 12 of them for doubles, 4 home runs. Payoff pitch is softly hit up and out of play into the bleachers. Do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. In his 46 hits, he had 27 runs batted in. 31 walks to his 40 strikeouts. Deep breath from Damazonio as he kicks and fires on the payoff. And it misses upstairs. There's ball 4 to Caden Peterson. A leadoff walk for the Tiger. Leadoff man aboard for Jonah Sebring, the center fielder for the Foresters, batting second. Jonah, a native of Valley Center, California, moved to Goleta to play for for the Rustlers of Golden West College. He spent 2 seasons out there in Orange County, redshirted the first one, and was awarded All Orange Empire Conference in his second season as he takes a look at strike 1. Before Golden West, he spent the COVID pandemic at Palomar College. He played inter-squad games there with the Comets, and then transferred over to Golden West, where he slugged .690 with a .411 batting average. 0-1, taken for strike. And since then, he's had a blast at UC Santa Barbara. In his first season with the Gauchos, he led the Big West with 14 stolen bases on 18 attempts, and he finished tied for the team in batting average lead, hitting .322 across 32 games. Peterson, pretty sizable lead at first base as Sebring awaits the 0-2 offering. Long hold from Damazonio as he finally kicks and fires, and this one's hit up the middle through for a base hit. Runners move up a station each as Jonas Sebring breaks up the no-hitter from Damazonio. Back-to-back base runners for the Foresters. Off the base hit up the middle, off the end of the bat from Jonas Sebring. And that's one thing about Sebring. He's a hit collector. He's just one of those guys that will just scratch across 1 or 2 hits a game, and you won't even realize it sometimes. Very explosive player is aboard with the base hit as Nolan Souza digs in now. Second baseman batting third for the Foresters in the left-handed batter's box. Swings and fouls this one straight back into the netting. No balls and 1 strike. Nolan Souza from the University of Arkansas. The Razorback grew up in Honolulu, Hawaii, and he's entering his sophomore season in Fayetteville. In his true freshman season with Arkansas, and 28 hits and 110 at-bats. It's good for a .255 batting average. 7 home runs, 7 doubles, beefing his slugging at .509. Second pitch fastball taken in there for a strike. Second at-bat from Damazonio where he has the hitters in an 0-2 count. Let's see if he can flip the script here against Nolan Souza. Try to force a ground ball, get a double play with no one out and runners on first and second. Here's the 0-2. Checking his swing, but holding it up. And a stop in the dirt from Goff. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Souza this season is 7 of 29, a .241 batting average. 12 strikeouts to his 10 walks. 4 runs batted in, 3 extra base hits. They're all doubles. He rests his ash bat on his left shoulder, and that fastball just misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In high school, he was ranked by Perfect Game as the number 56 overall prospect and the number 19 shortstop in the class of 2023. That's in the nation. Damazonio looks at second. Double time now comes home on the 2-2. This one's fouled up off the hands, out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nolan Souza was also ranked the number 1 overall prospect in the state of Hawaii in high school, in addition to being the number 56 overall in the country. Baseball America had him as the number 42 ranked high school draft prospect, as the 2-2 just misses inside from Damazonio, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. So second at bat in the row where Damazonio gets up 0-2 on the batters, and they get up to a 3-2 count. Runners on first and second, top of the first inning at Sinsheimer Stadium. Blues hosting the Santa Barbara Foresters. Damazonio kicks and deals on the 3-2, and there's a 3-2 walk. 3 base runners in a row for the Blues. They have yet to record an out here in the top of the first inning. A walk from Caden Peterson, a base hit from Jonas Sebring, and now another walk to Nolan Souza. That's Souza's 11th walk of the season. So now the bases are loaded for Jack Holman, the designated hitter batting cleanup. He wants to do his job description here with the bases loaded and no one out for Santa Barbara. And with the potent offense that the Foresters have, bit of a tricky situation here for Damazonio to begin the game. Gonna have to throw your best stuff here and really trying to corral it into the strike zone. And we know that the defense has been problematic this season, but they showed improvements yesterday against Alameda as this one's hitting the air into the right center gap. Moving to his right is Lewis. He can't get there. Ball drops and a run comes in to score for Santa Barbara. They strike first on the RBI single from Jack Holman. First pitch swinging was the former UCLA Bruin, and the Santa Barbara Foresters take the lead 1-0 in the top of the first. Blues have yet to record an out as they've allowed a walk, a hit, a walk, and another hit. That brought across the first run of this game, Caden Peterson from third base. So now it's Daniel Patterson as that fastball from Damazonia misses outside, a backhanded stop from Goff. 1 ball, no strikes. Patterson, the third baseman from Westmont, entering his senior season, and a native from Round Rock, Texas. He's 9 for 40 on the season, a .225 batting average for the Foresters. Here's a slider from Damazonio that nudges the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Had some fun last season with the Warriors down there at Westmont, where he recorded the program record for home runs in a single season. It took 18 to do that. Bases loaded, corners playing in for San Luis Obispo, and another slider smothered in the dirt from Parker Goff. 2 balls and 1 strike to the Westmont College Warrior. He played for Santa Barbara last season, and he also participated in the showcase game down in Compton, California, where it will be hosted again this season. Stands in the middle of the right-handed batter's box as Damazonio picks over to first. Ardois gets it, but not in time. They get Sebring out. 1-0 Foresters, top of the first inning. RBI single from Jack Holman. The Blues have yet to record an out with John Damazonio on the mound. Here's the 2-1. Another slider missing outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to Patterson. Patterson this past season, 77 hits and his 205 at-bats. It's good for a .376 batting average. He had a .746 slugging. I think that's the highest percentage I've seen of any hitter this season. Damazonio just walked, the bases loaded. It's now 2-0 Foresters. Damazonio having difficulties finding the strike zone. So a free run for Santa Barbara. They now have the lead 2-0 in the top of the first inning. And now it's TJ Pompey stepping up to the plate. No one gone. Base is still loaded for Damazonio as he picks to first again. Not in time to get Nolan Souza at third base. Pompey from Coppell, Texas. A Red Raider from Texas Tech entering his sophomore season. 14 of 48 on the season for Santa Barbara. A .292 batting average as Damazonio kicks and fires and gets Pompey to whiff on that fastball up at his eyes. No balls and 1 strike. 16 strikeouts to his 6 walks this summer is TJ Pompey. Could be a nice opportunity here for Damazonio to record his first K, but first he's got to get it in the strike zone first. 0-1. Pompey takes that fastball on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Damazonio might have just gotten a call there. He'll take it the way this first inning has been going. 3 walks, 2 base hits, 2 runs for Santa Barbara. Casey Borba playing first base for the first time with his toes up on the grass, and the fastball nearly hits Pompey. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Middle infield playing at double play depth, heels on the outfield grass. It's Jared Medham and Braden Jeffries at short and second, respectively. Center and right playing at normal depth. Cooper Witten in left, slightly shallower than the rest. 1-2, missing downstairs, count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pompey in his first season with the Red Raiders, 53 hits, and 190 at-bats, a .279 batting average for the true freshman playing in Big 12 baseball. Two. Pompey swings and misses for strike 3. There's the first K of Damazonio's outing and the first out of this inning. Strikeout number 30 for the St. Mary's Gale in his 17 innings of work, and now it's Jackson Freeman with 1 gone here in the first inning. Freeman, one of the 4 left-handed hitters for Santa Barbara this afternoon, a Wildcat from Northwestern University. And he'll let you know, he wears that purple gear with tons of confidence. Purple helmet, purple batting gloves, purple shin guard. The Big Ten all-freshman team honoree last season takes a look at strike 1 from Damazonio. This year in Santa Barbara, he's 6 of 22 with .273 batting average, 2 extra base hits, it's 2 doubles. With 9 runs batted in, wants to make that double digits here with the bases loaded, 1 out, 2-0 lead for the Foresters. Damazonio on the 0-1 gets a swing and a foul from Jackson Freeman. No balls and 2 strikes. So this has been the key for Damazonio in this inning. He gets up 0-2 on the hitters, but now he just has to seal the deal. He got up 0-2 on TJ Pompey. He allowed 2 straight balls after that. He did get the payoff with the strikeout. Let's see if he can get another one here with Jackson Freeman. Right on left, comes home, and this one softly hit into center field, tailing away from E.J. Royal. He gets called off by Cooper Witten, who grabs it, and they say it was on the transfer. The runner comes in to score from third, Nolan Souza. 3-0 Foresters. So Cooper Witten had that ball, and as he transferred it into his right hand, it dropped onto the ground. They'll count that out. 2 gone here in the first. And for a second, it was almost the first error of the game for the Blues. We already saw an error in left yesterday from Max Lane. A difficult catch to make, ranging towards the wall. His feet were just short of the warning track. He had it completely in his glove, and it just slipped out as he was trying to squeeze the ball. But Cooper Witten evades the error with the transfer. And there's strike 1 to Johnny Rodriguez. So Nolan Souza scored on the sacrifice fly from Jackson Freeman. Runners on first and second for Santa Barbara. They have a 3-0 lead over the Blues. As that one misses in the dirt, Parker Goff circles around the batter, Johnny Rodriguez. Retrieves it off the ground. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rodriguez from Fullerton, California. He's entering his sophomore season with the Dirtbags at Long Beach State. This summer, he's 8 of 35 with a .229 batting average, 6 runs batted in. 1-1 to Rodriguez is swung on and missed, strike 2. And these Foresters, looking at that elevated fastball, they seem to be chasing after it. If that was Damazonio, I'd write that down in my journal heading back into the dugout. Also would share a conversation with Parker Goff about that. As Rodriguez stands up tall in the left-handed batter's box with his golden spikes. White batting gloves. As the 1-2 is swung on and missed. Drop third strike. They tag him at the plate, and the side is retired. The Foresters strike first. 3 runs on 2 hits, 3 walks, and 2 runners left on base with no errors. We'll head to the bottom of the first. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom of the first, and the Foresters already have the lead over the San Luis Obispo Blues 3-0. They got 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base. It was the balls for John Damazonio, who could not find the strike zone, allowed a couple walks to come in to score for the Foresters. As we're now in the bottom of the first inning, let's introduce you to 1 through 9 for the Blues this afternoon. Leading things off, it's E.J. Royal, then Braden Jeffries batting second, Parker Goff third, Casey Borba cleaning it up. Cooper Witten gets the start again in the 5-hole. Jariah Lewis batting sixth, Brendan Comerford seventh, Sam Ardois eighth, and Jared Medham in the 9th spot for San Luis Obispo. So first up, it's E.J. Royal, returning to the lineup after a night off yesterday against the Alameda Merchants. The most electrifying player for the Blues this season, leads them in nearly every single statistics category, and he is the man to give them the life they need in the bottom of the first, trailing by 3 runs against Frank Camarillo as he spoils that fastball straight back, no balls and 1 strike. And while we're there, let's meet the defensive alignments for Santa Barbara. Ryan Taman catching, Johnny Rodriguez at first, Nolan Souza at second, Daniel Patterson at third, TJ Pompey at short. Outfield left to right is Peterson, Sebring, and Freeman, with Holman doing the designated hitting. And on the mound, it's Frank Camarillo. E.J. Royal looks at that fastball offering downstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 count to E.J. Royal as he faces Camarillo, the gaucho from UCSB. This is his 2nd start of the season. He's only pitched in 2 innings this summer for the Foresters as the fastball misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. So like I said, 2 innings pitched. He's got 2 strikeouts, 4 hits, 1 walk with a 9 ERA. It was against the OC Riptide down there in Orange County. As there's a nice breaking ball to E.J. Royals, taken for strike 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He pitched in the 4-5 loss against the Tide. Had those 2 innings, 2 earned runs, 4 hits, 2 strikeouts. Faced 13 batters. 2-2, taken for strike 3. Inside corner to E.J. Royal, and he goes down looking. 1 out here in the inning. And this is something we've seen from E.J. Royal lately. As the barrel has been louder from the Utah Tech Trailblazer, the strikeouts have also increased. Just a few games ago, we saw 2 Ks from Royal, something we haven't seen really at all this season from him. Another one of my hit collectors that I like to call him, as Braden Jeffries is a hit collector himself, and he gets plunked in the left Achilles. First pitch to the future Michigan Wolverine as he hobbles over to first base. That one looked like it hurt. And the back of the ankle is a tough one. There's no meat there. It's just skin and bone. As he takes his time going over to first base to reunite with Jared Money, the first base coach. Takes his time hobbling up the first base line as Parker Goff, the 3-hole hitter, awaits to get in the batter's box. Dean Trainer's going to have to come out now. As Jeffries waves him off. It'll go away eventually. So a hit by pitch, and the first base runner aboard for the Blues. It's Braden Jeffries, the kid, as Jake Hicksonbaugh bestowed that nickname upon him. Matter of fact, when I was conveyed that information from the former kid, Jake Hicksonbaugh, I was down in Game 1 against the Sturs at Eddie Matthews Field. When you lead the CCL and on base and average, and you're second in slugging, you can get that kid nickname anytime. As an uncomfortable swing from Parker Goff from strike 1 on the changeup from Frank Camarillo. Braden Jeffries this season only has 1 stolen bag, 8 walks. And Parker Goff, the catcher, 3-hole hitter, looks at the fastball inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Goff this season batting a .357 average. He has 5 hits in his 28 at-bats as he makes his 8th start this afternoon. And I'd say so far in the lead role for catchers on the Blues as he swings and misses at that slider, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Started out the year with a plethora of catchers for the Blues. Brody Miller has since departed, the redshirt freshman from Sonoma State. And now it's down to 3 guys, Owen Estabrook, Parker Goff, and Nico Button. And Goff overall has made a case for himself to be the leading starter in that rotation as that slider misses low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He does it all. He plays defense well. He's got a hose behind the dish, and he can barrel up the ball with the best of them. We've seen Goff take some reps at first base during batting practice. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw him there soon. 2-2. Slider missing outside, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Goff this season, 5 strikeouts to his 2 walks. With Jeffries on first, a short lead after his second hit by pitch of the year. E.J. Royals tied for first with Sam Ardois with 4 as he dribbles that one down the third base line. Do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Goff from Harriman, Utah, a BYU Cougar, former teammate of Braden Mondew. Mondew is now at the University of Hawaii Hilo. They came as a package deal together with the Blues this season, and he had some fun out there in Provo, Utah last season. Second on the team in average and on-base percentage, third with slugging. As Goff digs back in, toes nearly touching home plate. On the payoff pitch, he swings and hits this softly on the ground left side. Patterson's got it, throw to second for 1, on to first is not in time. So the force out to get Braden Jeffries at second base as Goff is aboard with a fielder's choice. 2 gone now, a runner at first base. Instead of Braden Jeffries, it's now Parker Goff for the cleanup man, Casey Borba. Borba in yesterday's game hit an absolute nuke to left field. That's the only hit he had yesterday. Finished out the day, 2 ground balls to shortstop. Also popped out to first and a fly out to left field. A 1-for-5 afternoon for the Texas Longhorn. First pitch is hit off the end of the bat, up and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Borba, the rising sophomore with Texas, the native of Santa Ana, California, was 21 of 82 in his first season in Austin. A .256 batting average of .488 slugging, fueled by the 7 doubles and 4 home runs that he had. 0-1 missing way outside, throw over to first. Ball gets away, and Goff thinks about second but stays at first. Nice heads-up play from Ryan Taman. Goff was pretty committed on that secondary going towards second base. Tried to catch him in no man's land, but that throw was too low to Rodriguez. Snuck into shallow right field, but not far enough for Goff to get the extra 90. Cooper Witten, who had himself a day yesterday, awaits on deck. He had 2 triples. As Borba, with his navy blue Bruce Bolt batting sleeve, waves at that off speed up in the zone, and he fouls it up out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 gone here in the bottom of the first inning. Blues trail 3-0 over the Santa Barbara Foresters, with the cleanup man Casey Borba taking a deep sigh and stepping back in the batter's box. Very short lead from Parker Goff at first. He gets held on by Johnny Rodriguez as Camarillo nods, comes home, and the breaking ball is taken for strike 3. Inside corner, just like E.J. Royal, and the side is retired. A runner stranded on first, no hits, no runs, no errors. 3-0 Foresters heading to the second inning. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Second inning is brought to you by Apex Technical Sales. You can find them at glenair-apex.com. Apex Technical Sales. We're here to make you successful. Blues go quietly in the first inning. 2 strikeouts looking from Frank Camarillo. They strand a runner on first. Still 3-0 Santa Barbara. Entering the second inning, John Damazonio heads back out there. He'll face 9-1-2 for the Foresters, as missing upstairs for ball 1 to Ryan Taman. Taman is a former Blue. He played in a few games with San Luis Obispo last summer. 11 at-bats. He had 2 hits, one of them for extra bases. It was a 2 RBI double. As he takes a look at strike 1, 1 ball and 1 strike to Taman. Spent his first season up in Berkeley with the Cal Golden Bears. Played in 21 games, started in 16 as the backstop for Berkeley. 1-1 is cued right back into the backstop. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ryan, the Grover Beach native. The rising sophomore had 6 home runs in the Bay, 2 doubles on his 17 hits, 11 runs batted in. Here's the 1-2. Taman takes the fastball outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. In his time growing up in the San Luis Obispo area, he was named Athlete of the Year for SLO County in the spring of 22 and a 3-time letter winner for the Eagles down at Arroyo Grande High School and former Blues assistant coach Steve Tolley. 2-2. Taman swings and misses for strike 3, a sword from John Damazonio. Third K of the day for the St. Mary's Gale, and there's 1 gone here in the second. Damazonio climbed the ladder, and Ryan Taman went after it. A very uncomfortable swing for the Golden Bear. 1 gone now for Caden Peterson as we flip it over to the top of the lineup for the Foresters. Peterson, last time he was up, walked to lead off this game. He eventually came around to score on the RBI single from Jack Hillman. First pitch to him, nice slider in the middle of the zone for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to Peterson, who is 10 of 27 on the season. As Caden looks at another slider plopping in the middle of the zone, no balls and 2 strikes. A .370 average for the University of Pacific Tiger, entering his sophomore season up in Stockton, California. 3 strikeouts to his 7 walks this season for the Sturs. As he awaits the 0-2 in his open stance, he gets it, and it's a fastball missing outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. His first season at UOP, he batted .435 at-bats, 14 hits, a double, and 1 home run. 1-2 is hit off the hands. Looks like it's playable. Casey Borba at the warning track, and it hits off the netting. Do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Borba getting the start at first base for the first time this season. Ardois starting at third for the first time this season. Saw the 2 getting reps at those positions respectively in batting practice the past few days. Was wondering when they'd see the field at those spots. And this is it. 1-2, and the slider plunks Peterson in the tricep. He takes his time taking off the gear and trots over to first base on the hit by pitch. So Damazonio plunks the batter, the leadoff man, and now there's a 1-out base runner for the Sturs. So now it's Jonas Sebring, the 2-hole hitter for Santa Barbara, in this lineup that is just riddled with deadly hitters. As Peterson gets a healthy lead at first base, Sebring looks at the first pitch offering up at the letters, 1 ball and no strikes. Sebring, formerly a utility guy that literally was a utility, I mean, like everything. Pitcher, catcher, infield, outfield. You could stick him anywhere you wanted. As the changeup's taken in there for strike 1. But since going to Golden West College, he dedicated more time to the infield, and even more so with the Gauchos at Santa Barbara these past 2 seasons, where he was all Big West honor roll mention in back-to-back years. Taking off towards second base is Peterson, and Jonah Sebring fouls this one straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sebring wearing the royal blue gaucho gear. He's got the gold and white SB on the blue helmet, the blue cleats, the blue stockings, the oven mitt, the wrist tape. That is a proud gaucho right there. He earned it after 3 years in junior college, 1 at Palomar and 2 at Golden West. Here's the 1-2 to Jonah as Peterson gets a shorter lead at first base. Damazonio picks over there, close play, but he's safe diving back towards the bag. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Valley Center native from North County, San Diego, the redshirt COVID senior returning to the Gauchos next year. Throw it to first, and the ball gets away. Free 90 feet for Caden Peterson as Casey Borba tracks it down. Peterson around second and will hold up there. A runner in scoring position for the Sturs. So there's the first error of the day for the Blues. They were able to keep that number low yesterday, thus their win over the Alameda Merchants. A 7-4 victory yesterday, as the only error they had was that Max Lane drop fly ball in left field. Typically average about 2.5 errors per game. 1 is manageable, 2 you're kind of pushing it. Once you get to 3, it's just out of hand. But it's just 1 here in the top of the second as Sebring pops this one weakly to the right side. Lewis tracks it down a few steps in. Tagging at second base is Peterson. He fakes a few steps towards third, and he'll hold up at second base. There's the second out of the inning, a fly ball to Jariah Lewis and right. 2 gone in the second. Sebring now 1 for 2 on the day. He had a single back in the first, as it's now the 3-hole hitter Nolan Souza, the Hawaiian from Honolulu, up for his second time today. First time he was up, he walked in the first. Eventually came around to score on the walk to Daniel Patterson, who awaits on deck. Fastball taken inside, part of the zone. No balls and 1 strike to Souza. Nolan was a 2022 Area Code Games participant. Was an underclass All-American that year as well by perfect game. As he checks a swing, they appeal, and they say he didn't go around. 1 ball and 1 strike to the Arkansas Razorback. Entering this game, he was 7 of 29, a .241 batting average for the Sturs. He now has 11 walks to his 12 strikeouts. 3 extra base hits, all of them doubles. Up tall, crowding against the plate. He loads on the 1-1, almost hits his shin. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pretty cool stat here for Nolan Souza. He's one of the 3 native-born Hawaiian student athletes in Arkansas baseball history. That's including Rick Nomura and Wahiwa Aloy. So Nolan Souza is the 3rd Hawaiian-born Razorback in baseball history. As the fastball misses inside from Damazonio, 3 balls and 1 strike. Left-handed hitting Souza against the right-handed pitching Damazonio awaits the 3-1. Hits this one right back up the middle, ranging to his left as Medham. Spin move, thrower to first, in time to retire the Razorback. What a play from the St. Mary's Gale up the middle. Forster strand a runner on. They get no hits, no runs, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. 3-0 Sturs heading to the bottom of the second inning. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Cooper Witten, Jariah Lewis, and Brendan Comerford due up for the Blues in the bottom half of the second inning. 3-0 Santa Barbara Foresters off 2 hits and 1 error. Blues still looking for their first hit as they face Frank Camarillo in the second. Cooper Witten takes a look at strike one. No balls and 1 strike to the UW Husky. And we've hyped him up throughout a good portion of the season the way he can hit the ball hard. And that came into fruition yesterday against the Alameda Merchants, as the 0-1 slider is taken down the middle, no balls and 2 strikes. 1 for 3 on the day, 2 triples. He came around to score on both of them. Also a walk and a strikeout to the Husky. He digs in here now, batting 5th for the Blues this afternoon, as the 0-2 slider is missing outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Good pitch from Frank Camarillo trying to get Witten to go fishing for that off speed. But an even better job by the San Diego native to hold up on the swing. Here's the 1-2 from the windup from Camarillo. This one softly hit in the air to right field. Freeman's got it with no problem. He taps his thigh, squeezes it for the first out of the inning. So a soft fly ball to right, and 1 gone here in the second for Jariah Lewis. Left-handed batter, batting 6th for San Luis Obispo. He's playing right field today. One of the 2 lefties for the Blues, who had the night off yesterday, returns to the lineup today with his 184 batting average, 9 hits in his 49 at-bats as he fouls that one over the Foresters' dugout, no balls and 1 strike. Lewis has 9 hits, 9 strikeouts and 4 walks, 3 extra base hits, 2 triples, and a double. Lewis looks at the fastball up and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike to Jariah. Jariah from Alameda, California. Played 3 seasons with the Spartans. After spending his first year at USC with the Trojans, he redshirted there. As the 1-1 misses inside, 2 balls and 1 strike to Jariah Lewis. With the maple bat in his left hand, he's got the black paint towards the bottom on the grip. That's the lower half, and a raw barrel with that maple wood. As the 2-1 nudges the outside corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jariah making his 12th start today for San Luis Obispo, as the Spartan takes a look at strike 3. Jariah Lewis goes down looking. That's the 3rd strikeout of the day for Camarillo. All of them looking. 2 gone here in the second inning. And Camarillo is just hitting his spots against these Blues hitters. Just painting the blacks as the right-hander from UC Santa Barbara. But it's up to the Blues to expand the zone with 2 strikes. These aren't pitches that are completely out of the way. Obviously, they're getting called on strikes. So now it's Brendan Comerford, the DH, batting 7th with 2 gone, and he chops this one down the third base line. Nice play. Third base coach Rene Regalado heaving it all the way across the diamond. No balls and 1 strike. Comerford, the DH, has a .219 batting average this season. 16 hits with 73 at-bats. That misses downstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Ohlone College infielder had some fun last season in his first year of college ball, as the 1-1 misses downstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. .335 average, .412 on base, and a .658 slugging with the Renegades his first season. Pleasanton, California native on the 1-1 swings and hits a towering fly ball to left center field. Sebring and Peterson going back on it, and no one's going to get there. Extra bases for Brendan Comerford as he chugs into second, thinking about third. He's going to try to stretch it into a triple, and he will. Oh, baby, a triple. Brendan Comerford does his dance at third. A 2-out knot for the Blues. That's Comerford's 2nd triple of the year, after hitting 1 his past season at Ohlone College. So now the first run of this game for the Blues just 90 feet away. Comerford breaks up the no-no in the second inning for Sam Ardois, the infielder from Moss Bluff, Louisiana, and a raging Cajun next season. Listeners at home, I want you to try to say Raging Cajun 4 times fast. First pitch to Ardois, almost clipping on his toes. 1 ball, no strikes. Sammy entering his sophomore season of college ball. He played his first year at the University of Texas last spring. Only had 4 at-bats with the Longhorns. Ardois takes the slider. Called for ball 2. Looked awfully close to me. Might have nudged the outside corner, but it's 2 balls and no strikes here to Ardois. Batting 8th for the Blues today and playing third base. Camarillo kicks and deals. There's a fastball scraping the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Or 1 strike, excuse me. Ardois was ranked the 2nd shortstop in the state of Louisiana by perfect game, and he was a first-team all-district player, Sacred Heart High School. As he takes his time getting back into the box, Camarillo takes his time getting back on the rubber. We're all set as the pitcher dangles his right arm, now comes set. Below the belt, here's the 2-1, missing downstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike to Sam Ardois. Sam this season, this is his 10th start as a Blue. He has 2 extra base hits, they're both doubles. 7 hits in his 31 at-bats, 4 runs batted in, and .225 batting average. Ardois twitches in the right-handed batter's box, and the 3-1 misses outside. A 2-out walk to Sammy. Runners at first and third for the Blues now as they got something cooking here, trailing 3-0 to the Foresters on the bottom half of the second, excuse me. Now it's the St. Mary's Gale, Jared Medham, playing shortstop today and batting 9th for the Blues. He rests his crimson-colored gloves in front of his right pec after making a spectacular play to end the away half of the second inning at shortstop. First pitch to Medham, in there for strike 1. This is only Jared's 3rd start of the season for the Blues. He only has 6 at-bats. He has 2 hits in those ABs as well. One of them for extra bases. It was a double. No runs batted in, 1 strikeout to 2 walks. The native of Half Moon Bay, California, looks at the fastball outside. 2 balls and no strikes. His freshman year, he was named to the WCC All-Freshman team, just like today's starter, John Damazonio, his teammate at St. Mary's. One to Medham, misses, or it's in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It looked from here that Ryan Taman had to smother that one in the dirt, but it's called a strike. 1-2 to the Gale. Last season at St. Mary's, he batted .256, 40 hits, and his 156 at-bats as manager Bill Pintard talking to the home plate umpire. Not sure what they could be discussing. It looks like he has a lineup card out. Everyone appears to be at their same positions. I'm glazing over it right now to make sure everyone is accounted for. And maybe he's checking the Blues lineup. I'm still not sure. Jared Medham is out there. That's the lineup we got. He's batting 9th. Pintard points towards first base, and now the umpires are going to have a discussion. And I'm not sure what this conversation could be about as Dean Traynor heads out with a lineup card of his own. If anything, the Forsters had an incorrect lineup before anything. They didn't have a catcher at first. They only gave us 8 hitters. And now Dean Traynor joining the conversation with the entire umpiring crew as Bill Pintard is about to join them. He idles outside of the batter's circle and shares a few words with Jared Medham. Dean Traynor chatting it up with the umpires still. And we're through. We're about to be through the entire lineup of the Blues that the Blues gave out this afternoon. And everyone's here and accounted for. Everyone hitting the correct spot. With Ardois on first base and Brendan Comerford at third. So they break from Dean Traynor, and now all three men in blue are going to have a chat with Pintard. They're pretty close to his face. It seems like a passionate conversation. My best guess is that Pintard was given the wrong lineup card. And now he's starting to get fiery with one of the umpires. At least the media team, the broadcast team, were given the lineup, and it was written on one of those disposable pink lineup cards in pencil. As Pintard backpedals towards the dugout, he shares some parting words with the umpiring crew, and everyone will retreat back to their positions. So that's my best guess. Haven't seen many delays like that before. As Jared Medham will stand back up there in a 1-2 count against Frank Camarillo. Runners on first and third for the Blues, trying to get their first run of the game after recording their first hit off the bat of Brendan Comerford. Extra bases in the left center gap for a triple. 3-0 Santa Barbara Foresters. Bottom of the second, 1-2 count, 2 gone. As taken off towards second base is Ardois, and there will be no throw. There's a stolen base for the Ragin' Cajun. That's Ardois' second of the season, and now there's 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues. Medham, no runs batted in so far this season for San Luis Obispo. Pretty small sample size, but in his 344 at-bats, he has 39 for the Gales his first 2 seasons of college. 2-2 is tapped on home plate. It will roll foul. So Brendan Comerford will have to retreat back to third base. Ardois takes his time strutting back to second on the 2-2 count to Jared Medham. Thought that ball had a chance to die in fair territory on the thick infield grass, but in reality it actually ricocheted off the greenery, rolled into foul ground. Nice job by Frank Camarillo for letting that one go. From the stretch, here's Camarillo as he sighs and comes set below the belt. Here's the 2-2. Medham dribbles this one on the ground to shortstop. Pompey's got it, throw to first in time, and the side is retired. Blue Strand, 2 runners on. They get no runs off 1 hit, no errors. A 3-0 lead for the Foresters as we head to the 3rd inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blue Streaming Network. Top of the third inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. Leading things off in the third inning, it's Jack Holman. He just got plunked in the Evo Shield on his elbow on the first offering from Damazonio. That's Damazonio's second hit by pitch of the day. A leadoff base runner for the Foresters. They're up 3-0 over the Blues. SLO had some signs of life in the home half of the second inning. A Brendan Comerford triple in the left center gap. Runners were stranded at first and third. Ardois over at first base. From the ground ball from Jared Medham, as the first pitch slider to Daniel Patterson is taken for strike one. Patterson, last time he was up, he walked back in the first inning. Third baseman batting fifth for Santa Barbara this afternoon. As Holman gets a short lead at first base, this one's hit into the air, right field. Jariah Lewis calls off Braden Jeffries at second base, and he squeezes it for the first out of the inning. Pop out to Lewis, and the first out here in the third for TJ Pompey, a shortstop from Texas Tech who struck out swinging his first time up in the first inning. One of Damazonio's 3 strikeout victims today. Pompey, the Red Raider, entering his sophomore season out there at Texas Tech. As the throw over to first is not in time to get Jack Holman. Pompey was one of 4 perfect game top 100 signees in the Texas Tech 2023 signing class. As the first pitch to him, swung on and missed for strike one. He's also a member of Texas Tech's 2023 freshman class that was selected top 15 by Perfect Game and top 25 by Division I Baseball. Medium lead at first for Jack Holman as Damazonio kicks and fires from the stretch. Pompey holds up his swing on that breaking ball taken down the middle of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. 17 strikeouts on the season for Pompey this year for the Sturs. That's been his one down flaw this summer. As Damazonio picks back towards first, not in time, as Holman slides in safely. It was an issue in his time at Texas Tech as well, 62 and 190 at-bats. Deep sigh from the St. Mary's Gale as he kicks and fires on the 0-2. Here's a snapback throw from Goff, and it's not in time. Very close throw. We talked about the tools that Parker Goff has defensively and offensively as a catcher, and he showcased one of them right there as a hard throw over to first. TJ Pompey with an open stance in the back of the right-handed batter's box, awaits the 1-2. Here it comes. Swings and misses, climbing the ladder is Damazonio for the 4th strikeout of the day. Second of Pompey's afternoon. Damazonio goes up in the zone. He's reading the scouting report. The Foresters hitters love that juicy fastball up at the letters, and he went after it for the second out of this inning. It's now Jackson Freeman, the Wildcat from Northwestern, batting left-handed in the 7-hole for the Sturs. Last time he was up, he had a sacrifice fly to Cooper Witten in left field, who dropped it on the transfer. Coming around to score was Nolan Souza for the 3rd run of this game. It still stands 3-0 Santa Barbara, with a runner on first base, 2 gone here for Freeman, who just took ball 1 from Damazonio. Throw to first, very close, but not in time to get the designated hitter. Freeman from Ladero Ranch, California, entering his sophomore season in the Big West, or the Big Ten, where he was named all-freshman team last season with the Wildcats. 1-0 is spoiled up and out of play, 1 ball and 1 strike. 46 hits and 186 at-bats, good for a .247 average. With the Cats, 11 home runs, 3 triples, 7 doubles, fueling that .495 slugging percentage. 1-1. Freeman looks at the fastball way outside. The diving attempt from Goff keeps it from hitting the backstop. 2 balls and 1 strike to the right fielder. Freeman heading into this game was 6 of 22, a .273 batting average. has scored 3 runs, has now knocked in 10. That sacrifice fly was his 10th RBI of the season. 2-1 is skied in the infield. Jared met him going back on it. He's now in the outfield. He gets called off by Cooper Witten with the basket catch. There's the 3rd out of the inning. Foresters strand a runner on. They get no hits, no runs, and no errors as we head to the bottom half of the 3rd. 3-0 Santa Barbara. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. The leadoff man, E.J. Royal, Braden Jeffries, and Parker Goff due up in the 3rd inning. SLO Blues still trailing the Santa Barbara Foresters 3-0 on the SLO Blues streaming network. A gorgeous afternoon at Sinsheimer, an 85-degree day in San Luis Obispo. As E.J. Royal looks at the first offering up and in. 1 ball and no strikes to the Utah Tech Trailblazer. And I got to say, as Arizona State Sun Devil myself, this is a warm day. From the windup, here's Camarillo. There's an off-speed taken down the middle for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to E.J. Royal, who struck out looking his first time up today. E.J. has struck out 12 times this season in his 74 at-bats, and he sends that one up and over the Blues bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royal, with 30 hits on the season in his 74 at-bats, has scored 21 runs. Struck out 13 times to his 9 walks. Here's the 1-2, and Royal taps this one off the glove of Taman. Another life for EJ. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royal, the local kid from Arroyo Grande, went to AG High School, then played at Cuesta College just up the road from Sinsheimer. As the 1-2 comes home, and he swings and hits this one into the VIP section, or into the Blues Nation section up in the press box. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And in his time at Cuesta, he was first team All-Western State Conference and won the Gold Glove Award as the center fielder for the Cougars. As the 1-2 is softly hit to shortstop. Pompey's got it on a tough hot. He gobbles it up, throws it to first. Royal almost beats it out, but the throw is in time for the first out of the inning. EJ is 0 for 2 on the day after a strikeout looking and a grounder to short. And now it's Braden Jeffries, the second baseman, batting left-handed, committed to the University of Michigan. Last time he was up, he was hit by pitch and was forced out at second base from a ground ball by Parker Goff. First pitch taken down the middle for strike 1. Jeffries last night batted leadoff for the Blues and had himself a game. 4 for 5 with 4 runs batted in against the Alameda Merchants. As he hits this one into left field softly, that's down for a base hit. Right as I'm talking about the hit parade he had yesterday, he collects another one here in the 3rd inning. Now the EV, the exit velocity on that one, isn't something to bulge your eyes out at. But Braden Jeffries gets it done, a one-out base runner for the Blues. That's the CCL average leader right there as Parker Goff steps up now with one gone, the catcher from BYU. Goff from Harriman, Utah, was the third-ranked catcher in the state out of high school. As the first pitch to him just misses below the zone from Frank Camarillo for ball one. Both bullpens empty here in the bottom half of the third. Blues trailing by 3 runs. Trying to get at least one here with the speedy Jeffries at first base. Braden only has 2 stolen bases on the season. He's trying for number 3. Feet first flight is in there safely. The ball rolls into center, but Sebring was playing shallow. He'll stay at second. A stolen bag for Braden Jeffries. Runner in scoring position now for the Blues, as Jeffries just swiped that bag and got some help from the throw that was too tall from Ryan Taman. Parker Goff this season has 2 runs batted in, wants to make it number 3 with a runner in scoring position. Infield playing deep, outfield at regular depth, wind jetting out right across the field. It's going right to left as he takes a look at 3 straight balls from Camarillo. Camarillo glances at second base, now kicks and deals on the 3-0, and the fastball misses inside, a 4-pitch walk to Parker Goff. That's Goff's 3rd walk of the season as Casey Borba, the cleanup man, steps up for the Blues. Borba, who drove in 3 runs yesterday off the moonshot in left field, gets an opportunity now with 2 runners on. Borba struck out looking last time he was up to end the first inning, and he looks at the first offering over home plate, 1 ball and no strikes. This season, he's 6 of 21 entering today's game with 4 runs batted in. 1-0. Scraping the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike to Casey Borba. 1 out, 2 runners on in the 3rd inning. Braden Jeffries, who got on base from a base hit, leaking over the head of Souza and right, and Parker Goff, who reached on a walk just now. As the 1-1 is chopped on the ground left side, moving to his left is Patterson. He'll go to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. The ball comes out of the glove of Souza, but the umpire will say it was on the transfer. Runners at the corners again for the Blues. So Dean Traynor didn't like that one at all as he waltzes out to the field to have a discussion with the field umpire. Personally, I agree with the call. I think it was on the transfer. Had that ball for a good amount of time, was thinking about going towards first base, and the reason he didn't was because the ball came out of the glove. So Borba reaches on the fielder's choice. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Still chatting it over with the infield umpire. Nose to nose, just inside the first base line. As he stares him down, taking a few steps towards the dugout. And the call will remain the same. I think it's the right move. So Parker Goff out at second base on the force out. There's 2 gone here in the 3rd. Braden Jeffries advanced to 3rd base. Casey Borba at first for Cooper Witten, who popped out to right field to begin the 2nd inning. Witten, the UW Husky, was 1 for 3 yesterday, 2 triples, 2 runs scored, and a strikeout sandwiched between those extra base hits. He takes a look at strike 1 here to Frank Camarillo. Witten stands up tall in the right-handed batter's box. Awaits the 0-1 offering. Here it is, and it's hit on the ground left side down the third baseline, foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Third base coach Rene Regalado couldn't glove that one. Hot shot off the UW Husky, who hit his first collegiate home run at 111 miles per hour, 432-foot blast. Here's the 0-2, and Witten goes down looking. Blues strand the runners at the corners again on the strikeout looking from Cooper Witten. 3-0 Santa Barbara. We'll go to the 4th inning and say hello to a color commentator, Ryan Giacomini. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Richardson. They're the official hat of the CCL. Both teams in today's contest are wearing Richardson branded caps and will be doing so for the remainder of the season. Richardson, the official hat of the CCL. John Damazonio heads back out there for his 4th inning of work, a 3-0 lead for the Foresters. And Ryan Giacomini joins me in the broadcast booth, our color commentator. Ryan, Damazonio got off to a rough start in the 1st inning with the walk, the hit, the walk, hit, walk, bringing in those 3 runs. It's been silent ever since. Damazonio has been able to straighten it out. What are you seeing out of the right-hander from St. Mary's?
Simply put, he's just throwing more strikes. That's a big part of being a pitcher, obviously. You got to get the ball out over the plate.
This one's popped up and out of play for strike 2.
Make the batters do the damage. We saw 3 walks in that 1st inning. Since then, the only 3 passes he'd given up were 2 hit by pitches. So you would like to eliminate those. But if you're only giving up 1 base runner per inning, you'll take that.
And Damazonio couldn't even figure it out with the fastball in the 1st inning. He's got a 3-pitch arsenal. What pitches are you seeing from him that have been so effective as the 0-2 comes home and it's sent fouled into the net? We'll do it again, no balls and 2 strikes.
It's really the fastball is the pitch that he's working with the best. When he throws it high, you mentioned it a few times in the first couple of innings, the Forester hitters are just chasing it. Slider's not really breaking for him like he would want it to. Maybe something we'll see develop in the later innings of this game. But I'd say that fastball is his go-to pitch right now. And we're seeing Rodriguez right now. He's late on that fastball, so keep throwing it in there.
We'll see if he goes back to it here on the 0-2 count. He does, and it's off the hands again over the Foresters' dugout. No balls and 2 strikes. And Ryan, if you're Damazonio here, you know you're in summer ball. You're trying to develop the changeup and slider that he has. Do you just go heater again here? You try to work in that slider.
You could work in the slider for sure, especially in summer ball. And you have Rodriguez waiting for that fastball. I think it would be a good option to go with here, or even the changeup.
Here's the 0-2. It's a fastball in at the hands, and he nubs it in front of the Foresters' dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. Fastball heavy at bat for Damazonio here, just pounding the inside part of the zone to Rodriguez. The opposing pitcher and Frank Camarillo has been hitting that spot all day, and Damazonio wants to follow suit here as he's up 0-2 to the 8-hole hitter Johnny Rodriguez, batting left-handed and playing first for the Sturs. 0-2, swung on and missed. He went with the changeup, dropped third. They'll go to first, though, and it squirts out of the glove of Borba. And they'll say the batter will be out anyway. And I'm not certain what the ruling is here, as the first base coach for the Foresters has the same question as I do as why he was called out. Ryan, what did you see on that?
I didn't see much, but based on what the umpire is saying, maybe he was out of the baseline, and it could have affected Goff's throw.
That's the only thing I can think of, as Rodriguez takes off the cap and shuffles back towards the dugout.
Surprised we're not seeing an appearance from Bill Pintard.
Yeah, this would definitely be a moment where he'd come out there. I guess he's already on the naughty list with the umpires today with that lineup card fiasco.
Yeah, that'll go as a strikeout.
So first pitch swinging is Ryan Taman. He hits it in play. Jariah Lewis coming in on it. A softly hit pop-up to right for the second out of the inning.
This is the Damazonio we are more used to seeing. Strikeout and then a soft contact pop out. That's usually what he does. And then when the hard contact comes, it's when he leaves a fastball out over the plate and they get a good part of the barrel, because he's supplying so much power. All they have to really do is get it out there, and it's going to have a lot of jump off the bat.
And the Foresters aren't a team where you can really have a slow start against, too. If you're Damazonio, you want to attack right away, because if you give Santa Barbara a mistake, they'll make you pay for it, and they did so in the first, racking up those 3 runs, where the game has stood ever since. So now it's the leadoff batter, Caden Peterson, 0 for 0 on the day. A walk where he came around to score, and a hit by pitch in the second inning. He advanced to second base on the error from Damazonio. 0-1 to him. Fastball nudging the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes.
Just keep pounding the zone, pounding the zone.
That's what's working for him so far. Just keeping it simple with the fastball. As the 0-2 comes home. Another fastball chopped up the middle. Jeffries moves to his right, gets it on the big hop throw on the run, is in time. Nice play from Braden Jeffries to get that ball at its apex. Still 3-0 Santa Barbara heading into the bottom half of the fourth. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on Slow Blues Streaming Network. Jariah Lewis, Brendan Comerford, and Sam Ardois due up for the Slow Blues in the home half of the fourth inning. Still 3-0 Santa Barbara, with Frank Camarillo heading back out there for his fourth inning of work. Jariah Lewis, last time he was up, struck out looking, one of the 4 strikeout victims for the UC Santa Barbara Gaucho, and he takes 1 strike here, no balls and 1 strike to Lewis.
And all 4 strikeout victims have been looking. Blues have to get a little more aggressive swinging the bat. They can't just watch these pitches continue to go by and go down looking.
0-1 from the windup is spun right into the backstop, no balls and 2 strikes. And you got to expand the zone a little bit because these aren't pitches that are, not in the zone. These are pitches that are nudging the corners. Camarino's doing a great job of painting the blacks. The Blues hitters just have to expand their horizons, if you will. 0-2 to Jiraiya. Is swung on and popped into left field. Ranging to his right is Peterson, and he won't have a play as it's in foul ground. No balls and 2 strikes again to Lewis. Jiraiya Lewis hasn't played since Game 2 against the Walnut Creek Crawdads, making a start here against the Sturs as that one hits off the shin of the catcher. And Taman, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I want to go back to that strikeout that Damazonio had to start that 4th inning. We were talking about it a little bit between the break. He was pounding that fastball. And then he had his best pitch of the day, a changeup that started in the same exact tunnel as that fastball and just ducked down.
Here's a 1-2 to Lewis, and he flares this one up and over the netting. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And yeah, really the main 2 pitches he's gone to was fastball, slider. So it was surprising to see that changeup come out of nowhere from Damazonio, and even more surprising that it was the best pitch he had thrown all day.
Just a beautifully executed after going fastball for 5 or 6 pitches.
From the windup on the 1-2, Lewis hits this on the ground, right side. Souza with the backhand, bobbles it, and there's an error for the Foresters. Jiraiya Lewis is aboard.
The Blues will take that. It's a leadoff base runner for Brendan Comerford, who had a triple his last time up.
San Luis Obispo catches a break here, and they get the speedster in Jiraiya Lewis, who led the team in stolen bases last season. Halfway through the year, Lewis has 4 stolen bags. Mentioned one of his goals was to have more than Jake Hicksonbaugh, who currently leads the team with 14. He's got a ways to go as the aggressive tag to Lewis is not in time. And Brendan Comerford still waiting for the first offering after hitting his second triple of the season last time he was up. Fake break from Jiraiya Lewis at first base as the first pitch offering to Comerford misses for ball 1. And I think it's funny that Comerford stretched that into a triple. I think if Cooper Witten didn't stretch his 2 triples yesterday, he doesn't try for the extra 90. Ooh, and someone's just been tossed. And I'm pretty sure that's Dean Traynor as he heads out to talk to the umpire. And now he's going to get his money's worth, nose to nose with his arms crossed, talking it over with the field umpire. Jared Money trying to maybe get on the conversation as well. The home plate umpire might have to come in for some extra help. And I'm pretty sure that's Dean who got tossed.
Yeah, I would think so as well, but I'm confused as to what Dean would have been arguing, or anybody in the dugout would have been arguing with. It was a ball called to Comerford. Jiraiya just reached base on an error. There haven't been any controversial calls in this inning.
Maybe it could have been something that happened earlier in this game, but I can't recollect any bad calls from the umpire, really.
The only one I can think of was in favor of the Blues, and that was last inning on the drop third strike.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look like a player was ejected. No one has left the dugout. Dean Traynor still talking it over with the umpire. And this is what he's known for, getting tossed and getting his money's worth. Having lots of dialogue with the field umpires along the way. As he comes back in, and we might see him here in the press box pretty soon. So Dean Traynor is still in the dugout. Now all 3 umpires converge in the middle of the infield grass. It looks like Dean Traynor staying in. It may not have been him who was ejected.
My question then is who?
Saw Nico Button pacing around the dugout.
See if we see anyone come up the stairs.
Now Bill Pintard having a passionate conversation. Open umpire points at Bill, and then the Blues dugout tries to step away. Bill increasing the volume. I have no idea what we're arguing about.
I'm thinking that the umpire might have given a warning to the Blues dugout, and that's what you saw with the pointing motion. And then he just gave a warning to the Foresters as well. Pintard was, he was exasperated.
And he still is, as Dean Traynor is sitting in the Blues dugout.
So it must not have been him. I don't see any Blues players packing their bags or heading over to the car.
Yeah, no one has left, but Bill Pintard is absolutely animated in foul ground down the third base line.
I cannot believe he hasn't been tossed yet.
So tempers flare early on in this game. Still no one has left in the Blues dugout. Not Dean Traynor, not a player, no one.
I see a few players converging near the end of the dugout talking, but like you mentioned, I don't see anything actually happening. Lots of conversations for us to have with Dean after the game, maybe.
I'd love to hear that story, as everyone's still in the dugout. Yeah. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but Brendan Comerford is here in a 1-0 count with a runner at first in Jariah Lewis. He's there safely.
Blues fans just want to see some baseball.
Camarillo glances over at first base. Lewis with a medium-sized lead off the bag as the 1-0 is fouled straight back into the face mask of Taman. 1 ball and 1 strike. Still no one has left the dugout, by the way.
Been a really weird 4 innings, not even 4 innings, about 3.5 innings of baseball.
It's taken an hour and a half to get through 3.5 innings.
A few on-field delays from the managers. And then just some long innings have got us to this point.
From the stretch, here's Frank Camarillo facing Brendan Comerford. The second time today. Last time Comerford was up, he tripled in the left center gap. And finally some movement coming up the stairs from the dugout. As a nicely placed fastball is in there for strike 2. Look like it's Robbie Lardner, the assistant pitching coach for the Blues, who was thrown out of this game. That's just classic.
That is classic. I'm going to assume he's going to come up here, and we'll let you know why he got tossed.
Comerford fouls that one up and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Granted, there are no explicitives involved.
Yeah. And now it makes sense why Dean went out and didn't get tossed, because usually you see managers, if one of their players get tossed, they're going to go, but if it's a coach, maybe not.
Comerford towers this one in the infield. Moving to his left is Souza. He makes the squeeze with his red-colored glove. And there's the second out of the inning. Or the first out of the inning, excuse me. Pop out to second, and Comerford is 1 for 2 on the day. Now gives way to Sam Ardois with a runner on first base and Jariah Lewis, who reached on error. Ardois is 0 for 0 today. A walk in the second, and he stole his second bag of the year. The Lardner family in attendance this afternoon. Robbie now sitting next to his dad on the grass concourse. As the first pitch to Ardois is taken down the middle for strike 1. Santa Barbara still leads 3-0 over the San Luis Obispo Blues. Bottom half of the 4th inning. 1 gone here and a runner on first. Sam Ardois leaning over home plate, tapping his left foot as the pick to get Lewis is not in time again.
It is also possible that a player got thrown out and the umpire didn't know who said it, and Robbie bit the bullet for a player.
Maybe. Shuffling at first is Jariah Lewis. Here's the slide step delivery, and that's taken for strike 2 to Ardois. Sammy has 9 Ks on the season and 31 at-bats. Also has 7 hits 2 of them for extra bases, 2 doubles, 1 of them against Santa Barbara at Eddie Matthews Field. Hard throw over to first, even harder slap tag. Lewis is back again safely. Two hits for each team, but the difference is the 3 runs for the Foresters. Both have an error apiece as well, one of them coming in this inning, as now Jiraiya is now in a rundown. Tries to evade the tag, but they get him in the middle of the base paths. Now 2 gone here in the 4th inning. And that move going towards second base and instead of diving back towards first seemed intentional. You think what that might have been there for Jiraiya?
I can't think of anything. He's been dancing over there the whole time. That was the 3rd step off we've seen in this at-bat.
That's the first time Lewis is caught stealing, as there's now 2 gone. Base is now empty for Sam Ardois, who's in a 1-2 count against Frank Camarillo. One-two to Ardois, checks his swing, almost hits his back shin. He held up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ardois getting the nod at third base today, has primarily played shortstop for the Blues. He's got a nice leather over there, trying to see what they can do in the hot corner. 2-2, there's a breaking ball dropping in the zone for strike 3. Frank Camarillo is hyped as they hold out the Blues to 4 shutout innings. We'll go to the top of the 5th, 3-0 Foresters. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten...
Dude, he was animated this last time.
Yeah, Ryan and I are talking about the animation we're seeing even in between innings with Bill Pintard talking with the first base umpire. Essentially every inning he's gone out there to talk with them, and he's got a pretty long leash this afternoon. So it sounds like they had an unsportsmanlike warning. They were given the warning, and I've never seen an umpire just say, you know what, I'm done with you, and just walks away. Typically, it is their power to just get rid of them on their own. He just backed away from the conversation as Sebring backs in the right-handed batter's box, and he takes a look at ball 1.
That was funky.
Yeah, on the load from Jonas Sebring, the right-handed hitter, he moved his right foot away from home plate. But it's still a 3-0 ball game for the Foresters, leading the Blues as Sebring takes a look at strike one. Funky afternoon here at Sinsheimer, entering the 5th inning of play. 3-0 lead for Santa Barbara. John Damazonio heading back out there to face the Foresters. Sebring is 1 for 2 on the day, a single in the first. That was the first hit of this game, and a fly out to right field. 1-1, a huge hack at it, and he fouls it straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
We got a little more information on the ejection. It appeared someone in the dugout said something to the umpire that he didn't like, and he kind of gave the waggle but had no idea to who. So Robinson Lardner, one of the assistant coaches, head out of the dugout, and now he, like you mentioned, is sitting with his family watching the rest of this game from outside of the dugout.
1-2 is hit off the end to left field. Going back is Witten, and he makes the running grab a few feet shy of the warning track, first out of the inning.
A really good piece of hitting, especially because that caught off the end of the bat. It kind of shot and then died a little bit. Good play by Witten to range directly back over his head. That can be one of the tougher plays to make when it's directly over your head, but he did a good job to corral that one.
Yeah, and the way the wind has been blowing at that part of the sky, the ball was hit right into that jet stream, going from the right foul pole to the left foul pole. Does some funky things to the baseball in the air, and Cooper Witten did a nice job keeping his eyes locked in and making the running snag for the first out. As Nolan Souza steps up now, the left-handed hitting second baseman, who's 0 for 1 on the day, a grounder to short, and a walk in the first. Souza came around to score on the sac fly from Jackson Freeman in the first inning. The third run of this game. There's a nice fastball from Damazonio. It's the zone for strike one.
A little bit of almost two-seam movement on that fastball. It ran back onto the plate.
Fastball from Damazonio always has life. You'll never see it coming flat in the zone, as this one's hit off the end, and it nestles in front of Witten for a base hit. First hit of the day for Nolan Souza. That's his 7th of the season, and a one-out base runner for the Foresters.
That was a good pitch. Just hit off the hands of Souza, and he was able to find some outfield grass. Your Damazonio, you can't be too upset with that at-bat, as you got a bad swing, and it just didn't go the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. You got the soft contact, and the ball was just hitting no man's land. No defender at any level would be able to get there. So now Souza's at first base. And now it's Jackson Freeman, the Northwestern Wildcat, as the throw over to first is not in time. Holman, a former UCLA Bruin. He spent his first 3 seasons out in Westwood, and he committed to UC Santa Barbara just 3 days ago. Breaking ball from Damazonio, missing downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Holman from Wrightwood, California, entering his senior season now at Isla Vista. Left-handed hitter in the middle of the left-handed batter's box. And he looks at the fastball, outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. This season, entering the game for Santa Barbara, he was 14 of 29, a .483 average, 7 walks to his 1 strikeout, 12 runs batted in, 2 home runs. Here's the 1-1 to the now Gaucho, and he hits this one down the left field line, just foul, kicking up some dust. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last season for UCLA, in 29 games started, he had 103 at-bats, 23 hits for a .223 average. 14 runs batted in with 4 home runs, 2 triples, and 2 doubles. We'll get that sophomore season, though. 13 bombs with the Bruins. Nine doubles in his 53 hits. Short lead at first from Souza. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Jack Holman, the DH, batting 4th for the Foresters. 1-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Not a strikeout for John Damazonio. That's his 6th of the day and the 2nd out of the inning.
Just hammered the fastball right by Holman. He could not catch up to the heat. You mentioned 6 strikeouts now on the day, and a really good turnaround after that first inning from Damazonio.
And the Blues are getting some nice length out of the St. Mary's Gale, as there's no one warming up in the bullpen as Souza takes off for second base. Really nice jump. The throw is short from Parker Goff. One hot pick from Jeffries to keep it in the infield, and a stolen bag for Souza. Runner in scoring position now for Santa Barbara with Daniel Patterson up the bat. He knows a thing or two about driving in runs. He did that quite a few times at Westmont College last season. 53 runs batted in on 77 hits. 0-1 is hit soft on the left side. Jeffries a long way to go, throwing a run to first, and the side is retired. The Forsters get no runs on one hit, no errors, and they leave a runner on base. Still 3-0 Santa Barbara heading into the bottom half of the fifth. We are halfway through this ball game. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Frank Camarillo's day is done for the Sturs, and it's a new pitcher, Diego Ramos, the right-hander from Vienna, Oklahoma, and Razorback from Arkansas. He didn't play his first season with the Razorbacks, but he was ranked by Perfect Game as the 230 overall prospect and the number 69 ranked right-hander in the class of 2023. He was rated number 1 overall in the state of Oklahoma in high school, and the number 1 right-handed pitcher in the state by Prep Baseball Report. He gets a first pitch swing and miss from Jared Medham, the leadoff man in this inning. Batting ninth, and then it's E.J. Royal and Braden Jeffries due up to face Ramos. Medham almost gets hit by that slider, dodges that breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Low three-quarter delivery from Ramos, very similar to slow Blues pitcher Eddie Tierney. We've seen 2 sliders so far that both just start behind the back of these righties.
1-1 is dribbled to Pompey at shortstop, gets it on the big hop, few shuffles, throw over to first in time to get Medham for the first out of the inning. Grounded to short, that's the second time Jared has done that today. We'll flip it over to E.J. Royal, who's hitless this afternoon. A ground ball to shortstop on his zone, and a strikeout looking in the first.
That would be a good time to get his first hit. Blues still down 3-0, which is a manageable deficit. You have Braden Jeffries, who's swinging the bat as hot as anyone on this Blues team with 5 hits in his last 7 at-bats.
Ramos throws him up a slider, and that nestles in front of the right fielder Freeman for a base hit. First pitch swinging off the hands of E.J. Royal, and a base runner aboard with 1 gone.
There it is. timely hit from EJ. Now it's up to Jeffries to move him over or score him potentially.
Jeffries has a hit of his own this afternoon, a single back in the third where he stole a bag and advanced to third base. The Casey Borba fielder's choice. He was stranded there. He was also hit by a pitch in the first off of his back ankle. Seems to recover well. He's 1 for 1 on the day, and he swings and misses at the first offering from Ramos for strike one. 3-0 Santa Barbara. After that 3 spot they had to begin the game, it's been quiet from both sides ever since. Hour and 50 minutes, just over halfway through this ball game, as Jeffries evades the slider inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Fun fact about Braden Jeffries, he has a base hit in every single home game he has played so far this summer. At least one.
It's a good nugget. Ramos comes set at the chest, kicks and fires on the 1-1. Big hack at that off speed from Ramos. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeffries surveys his black-colored bomb bat, and he digs into the left-handed batter's box, which is getting some work today with all the left-handed hitters we're seeing on Santa Barbara. They got 5 of them. 1-2. Sends it into left field softly, and it drops in front of Peterson, and that's Jeffries' second knock of the day.
He is incredibly good at just finding somewhere to put the ball and get on base. Doesn't hit the ball hard, but he just continues to get base hits. His last base hit was 67 miles an hour. That one was 73. So, like I mentioned, not hitting the ball hard, but it's finding its way into the outfield.
Like we said in yesterday's game, reminiscent of E.J. Royal when he first started out with the Blues. All the hits he was able to collect off the low exit velocity. But Jeffries has already showcased that power down at the Academy in Compton. Hit a 380-foot bomb down the right field line in his first game for San Luis Obispo. As there's a swing and a miss from the breaking ball from Parker Goff. No balls and 1 strike.
Jeffries came into this game batting .500. Now with those 2 hits, he puts himself at .530.
Is that good?
That's pretty darn good.
0-1 to Parker Goff is taken low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
You want to be even more wowed, a 1340 OPS.
Yeah, that's my jam right there.
Yeah. And it's not just him getting on base. He has a 680 slugging.
That's second in the CCL in league games. 1-1 is dribbled back to the pitcher. Ramos has got it, has to spin around and throws it over to first to retire Goff. Runners move up a station each. Now it's second and third with 2 gone here in the inning.
A productive out for Casey Borba, who we know can drive in runs. He's 4 in his early summer with the Blues.
And Casey collected 3 more yesterday on that home run to left field. Parked it in front of the buses, past the storage bins, as he takes a deep breath and a check swing, stepping into the batter's box.
And I just misinformed everybody watching. He has 10.
There you go. Borba fouls it straight back into the net. No balls and 1 strike. Borba this afternoon, a strikeout looking, and reached on a fielder's choice. He's one of the 5 strikeout victims of the Blues today, and all of them were caught looking. Runners on second and third, Blues trailing by 3, and missing on upstairs on the fastball is Diego Ramos, 1 ball and 1 strike. Borba playing first base today after getting the majority of his reps over at third. Here's the 1-1, and he towers this one into the infield. Left side communicating. Pompey calls off Patterson, and the side is retired. Blues strand 2 more runners on 2 hits. No errors. And we'll head into the 6th inning. 3-0 Blues. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Boost Streaming Network. Sixth inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. John Damazonio heads back out there for his sixth inning of work, a 3-0 lead for the Santa Barbara Foresters on this hot, hot afternoon in San Luis Obispo. Those mimosas got to be hitting right now for everyone at Sinsheimer Stadium. First pitch swinging is popped up. Parker Goff throws off the mask. Looks like he'll have a play, and he tries to basket catch it, but I think it went off the netting first. Trying to bobble it around, and that's first strike to TJ Pompey, shortstop who struck out twice today against Damazonio already.
Could have been a big break for the Blues to start the inning if Goff could arrange and make that play, but it was very tough nestled up against the netting.
Yeah, just a little bit of unlucky placement on the ball, too. I think it skidded across the netting before it went into his mitt. As the 0-1 comes home and he holds up on his swing, 1 ball and 1 strike to Pompey. Six strikeouts on the day for Damazonio, allowing 3 hits and 3 runs, most of them coming in that first inning, as this one squibbed down the third base line, foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He has really been doing an incredible job since giving up those 3 runs. Just working efficiently, striking out batters. Really good job from him, but there is a righty getting loose in the Blues bullpen.
That's Sammy Frederich from Scottsdale Community College, as that fastball misses downstairs, kicks off the glove of Goff, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Blues are desperate for anyone to throw a baseball for them. They're running out of relievers in a hurry with how many games they have had recently.
Damazonio gets the foul ball off the hands of Pompey. Do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's not going to get any easier as they have a game today, and then they play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 6 straight games, 5 at home, 1 on the road.
I love baseball. 2-2 plunks the back of the leg of Pompey, and the third hit by pitch of the day from Damazonio.
With 2 strikes in a count, you don't really want to plunk a guy. I mean, you never want to plunk a guy, but especially with 2 strikes. Just 1 pitch away from getting an out, rather now a leadoff base runner.
And that's what Damazonio will give you sometimes. He'll look so good throwing it in the zone, and he'll be striking out guys and getting soft contact, and then all of a sudden he plunks a batter, kind of like what he did there to Pompey to lead off the inning. Throw to first, not in time to get Pompey.
He did it against Peterson, too. Back in the second inning, he was up 0-2 in that count, and then a ball and then plunked Peterson.
4 stolen bags for Pompey this summer. He had 12 his first season with the Red Raiders, as the second throw over is not in time. Jackson Freeman still awaiting his first offering from Damazonio. It's the 3rd time he's facing him today. And a sacrifice fly in the first for the 3rd run of this game, and a pop out to left field in Cooper Witten as he takes a look at strike 1. Jackson entering his sophomore season at Northwestern. As I said, wearing the purple proud, as tossing off his Evo shield at first base is Pompey to his first base coach. And awaiting the 0-1, but he won't get it as another pick to first is not in time from Damazonio.
One thing that's always intrigued me is that the CCL doesn't embody the pitch clock rules. These college baseball does, as well as the MLB and minor league baseball. That was the 3rd step off, so with the pitch clock, that would have had to result in an out or it's a balk.
0-1 is foul tipped right into Goff from Jackson Freeman. No balls and 2 strikes. And I think at all levels it's important to implement that system that the Major League Baseball has. I was not a fan of it at first, or I wasn't totally against it. It was pretty neutral. But ever since the season has gone along and you see it in college baseball, I've grown to like it a little bit more. That fastball misses inside to Jackson Freeman, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I agree. I was not too keen of it when it was introduced, but it just allows for more flow in the game. Games go a little quicker. And I personally have really enjoyed it now, about a year and a half into seeing it.
It just prepares college baseball players as well. Like when you have it at the college level, it just makes sense to have it if you're aspiring to be a professional player where they implement that clock. It's almost like a different game with the time limit on pitches, on getting in the box, on pickoffs to first, on mound visits. And it's taken off towards second is Pompey. And that one's spoiled up and out of play over the merchandising tent. Do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Pompey might have just got bailed out right there. Not a good jump over at first base. He had his feet stuck in the sand.
And Goff has only showed off the arm once, and it was a little low, but he has a missile out of that right arm.
Yeah, and he was frustrated with that throw. It was hard. It was on a line, but it was just shallow of second base, and Jeffries did a nice job picking it. It was coming at you hot there in front of the bag. Blues out hitting the Foresters 4-3, but Foresters have the lead where it counts in the run column. 3-0 Santa Barbara in the top half of the 6th inning. As Jackson Freeman awaits on the 1-2 from Damazonio. Peeks over at first base. Now comes set. 1-2, missing up and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Freeman. Wearing the black batting gloves with the orange underside. Got a lot of colors happening. Blue, maroon, orange, black. Throw back to first, not in time to get him. Slap tag from Borba. Still 2-2 to Freeman.
This is where it would be nice if they have implemented it. That was the 5th pickoff move to first base in this at-bat alone.
Here's a 2-2. Broken bat. Jeffries has a play on it. The second baseman tracks it back a few steps, makes the grab for the first out of the inning. Firewood for Jackson Freeman, and there's 1 gone in the 6th inning.
Firewood, indeed, a good pitch that just ran on the hands of Freeman. Put that one in the bonfire tonight.
I'm not sure the bonfire regulations down in Santa Barbara. I know they're pretty strict all over the state of California. We're fortunate enough here in San Luis Obispo to be within a 15-minute drive of Oceano Beach, where the wood bonfires are illegal in the sand. Johnny Rodriguez, his first pitch swinging, and he drills a base hit up the middle. Moving up 90 feet is TJ Pompey, and runners on first and second from Rodriguez. That's his first hit of the day after striking out swinging 2 times.
Good piece of hitting, get it right back up the middle. Damazonio kicked his back heel out to try to knock it down, but his soccer-like move, unsuccessful.
No record of Damazonio playing soccer in his youth, but he was a third baseman who transitioned into pitching his senior year of high school and then committed as one to St. Mary's, where he has been a pitcher only ever since. First pitch to Ryan Taman is in there for a strike. Taman 0 for 2 on the day, a strikeout swinging, and a pop out to right field. Damazonio comes set as he pumps his left foot, and the 0-1 is swung on and missed at the letters. No balls and 2 strikes. And that transition to pitcher, Damazonio had a 1.09 ERA in his senior season, 19.3 strikeout per 9, and a sub-1 whip. Oh, 2 is fouled straight back into the netting. No balls and 2 strikes again. Ryan Damon digs back in, the catcher from Cal Berkeley. Runners on first and second. Blues trailing 3-0 to the Foresters. 1 gone in the 0-2 count. Taman swings and misses for strike 3. Another bottle of hot sauce for the fans. Second one provided by Ryan Taman, and there's 2 gone in the 6.
Damazonio wants to get out of this inning with no more runs across for the Foresters. Keep it in slam range for his team offensively and not give either Sammy Frederich or Jack Sand, who are both getting loose, a poor situation.
Chopper over to third. Arjois bats it down. He taps the bag, and that'll end the inning. Nice play from Sammy. A hot shot over there at the corner. It's still 3-0 Santa Barbara, heading to the home half of the sixth. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Cooper Witten, Jariah Lewis, and Brendan Comerford due up for the Blues as they still trail 3-0 to the Santa Barbara Foresters. As the pitch almost hits Witten in the head, he has to dodge below that one for ball one. Diego Ramos, the sidewinder from Arkansas, in here for his second inning of work. He allowed back-to-back base hits from E.J. Royal and Braden Jeffries last inning. And now he faces the Husky Cooper Witten, who's looking for his first of the day after 2 triples yesterday. 1-0 sliders, nasty, one and swung on and missed for strike one. Home half of the sixth, 3-0. Hasn't been a run scored since the top of the first inning when the Foresters put 3 on the Blues. Another nasty slider, swing and miss from Cooper Witten. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Husky.
Witten still trying to figure out the movement on that wicked slider from Ramos.
And I think the sidewind action just makes it that much more effective coming across his body. Comes at it again, but Witten towers this one into left field. Peterson jogs and grabs it with 2 hands for the first out of the inning. 1 gone here in the 6th. Witten is still hitless, and it's now Jariah Lewis who is hitless as well, batting 6 for the Blues in the left-handed batter's box. Lewis, the redshirt junior from Alameda, California, about to play his 4th season with the Spartans at San Jose State. Just gained a new teammate just a few days ago in Zach Tollerman, the former UC Riverside Highlander and first baseman for the Blues. Committed to San Jose while we're up in Walnut Creek.
A weird-looking infield shift
Yeah, playing a little closer to shortstop in the middle of the base path is Patterson. And middle infield has their heels on the outfield grass. First baseman Rodriguez playing awfully deep as well. 2-0. Jariah Lewis spits on that one upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes to Lewis. Lewis struck out looking and reached on air in the 4th inning.
The left side of the infield, the two infielders over there, Pompey and Patterson, are just so close to each other, and there's such a big hole right back up the middle. Maybe they know something we don't. He doesn't like hitting the ball back up the middle.
Lewis rolls out of the way of the fastball, and there's 4 straight balls.
Speedster on first base now for Brendan Comerford and the Blues, who are still looking to manufacture their first run.
Lewis has the speed to come around. 15 stolen bags in his career with San Jose State. He had 6 last year. Only 1 caught stealing in those 16 attempts. Comerford is 1 for 2 on the day as Lewis takes off for second base. Nice jump. Here's the feet first slide is in there. A stolen bag for Jariah.
Saw that coming from a mile away. Speedster with the quick feet manages to get over to second base safely. Now an RBI opportunity for Brendan Comerford with a runner in scoring position.
That's Lewis's 5th stolen bag of the season. And now Comerford would like to trade places with the San Jose Spartan at second base. 1-0 to Comerford. Huge hack at the slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brendan has a triple in the 2nd inning. And a pop out to the second baseman. One and one to the Ohlone infielder. And the slider that misses way outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the catcher Taman have a chat with Diego Ramos. And there is some action in the Santa Barbara bullpen. Looks like 2 right-handers getting hot. Sammy Frederich still on the mound for the Blues in their bullpen. Jack Sand not tossing anymore. It's Ramos, who came into this game last inning, has a runner on second. But now the next step for the Blues is to get those runners in. They've already stranded 7 this afternoon. The DH batting 7th awaits the 2-1 offering from Diego Ramos. Here it comes, and it's hit off the end of the bat. Slow roll to Poppy. He's getting a lot of work out there. Hard throw over to first, beats out Comerford. Jariah Lewis advances to third for the 2nd out of the inning.
More firewood at the ballpark. Another broken bat. You might have to see Freeman and Comerford have a little bonfire together.
Stay tuned. Sam Ardois, who's hitless on the day, walked in the 2nd and struck out looking in the 4th. He's now up for his 3rd time this afternoon, and he's got the first run potentially of the day for the Blues, 90 feet away. And he looks at that slider in the zone for strike 1.
Ramos is very slider heavy. We haven't seen a lot of the fastball or any other pitch for that matter. Just slider, slider, slider.
He's doing the Cody Albright philosophy, throw a certain pitch until they can hit it. And so far the Blues haven't figured it out in his inning and 2/3 of work.
That was the fastball right there, and it had some actually pretty gross sinker movement to it, coming across from the sidearm, and then it just drops back down into the strike zone.
1-1 to Ardois is spoiled, spinning up and over the netting onto the grass concourse. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Louisiana native facing the Oklahoma native here in California. Afternoon here on the Central Coast in San Luis Obispo. Here's the 1-2, and Ardois spits it all the way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blues wearing their home grays. Unorthodox tradition here. They wear them every single Sunday with the old school San Luis scripture across the chest. No piping on the pants. Ardois chops it in foul ground down the third base side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Old school font numbers on the back as well, filling out the entire back of the players. And as broadcasters, we greatly appreciate that.
Nice, big, easy to see. Does it make our job strenuous from up in the press box?
2-2 to Ardois is sent up and out of the stadium. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foresters wearing their gray pants, maroon tops with the blue lettering and numbers trimmed in white with the blue caps as well. 2-2 it again to Sam Ardois, who's battling against Diego Ramos as he weakly pops this one, playable in the infield. Taman calls everyone off, and he can't make the grab. He touched it in fair play. Jariah Lewis comes in to score. A botch from Ryan Taman, the second error of the day for the Foresters, and the Blues finally get on the board.
And they catch a break. Not the way you expect the Blues to score. A walk, a stolen base, then moves over on a ground out, and then scores on an E2. But the Blues will take it as now maybe some momentum.
Now's the time where San Luis Obispo has to smell blood as Jared Medham, who grounded out to shortstop 2 times today, steps up to the plate.
And Medham's approach every time he comes to the plate should be, I want to get on base, but especially this time with boppers behind him and E.J. Royal and Braden Jeffries. If he can get on base and extend this inning, give them opportunities to get RBIs and bring more runs around.
Ardois takes off for second base, didn't get a good jump. Here's the head first slide, and he's in there safe. Got underneath the tag. I think the throw from Taman beat him, but a nice slide from Sam Ardois and a stolen base. It's his second of the day. Another runner in scoring position for San Luis Obispo makes the job for Jared Medham that much easier. 2 gone here. The Blues trail 3-1 to Santa Barbara. One look at second. Now Ramos comes home, and Medham swings and misses over that slider for strike 1. Jared from Half Moon Bay, California, entering his junior season with the Gales at St. Mary's. Has a career .256 average with them, 39 runs batted in, off 88 hits. Medham looks at that slider in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Crashing at the last second was Pompey, trying to get the daylight look at second base. And Ramos ignored it and came home to the plate. Open stance for Medham as he twitches his hands over his right ear and takes all the way on the fastball outside. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The WCC All-Freshman Team honoree 2 years ago, with the chance to bring this game within 1 run. Here's the 2-2. Medham swings and sends this one out of the stadium. Do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good stay alive swing from Medham to do just that and give himself another opportunity.
Has been a loyal Husky in Duluth in the Northwoods Leagues the past 2 summers. He changes it up here and stays pretty close to home, Half Moon Bay down in San Luis Obispo with the Blues. 2-2 to Medham, missing inside, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
E.J. Royal looms on deck, just itching to get his opportunity here in the 6th inning.
Royal collected a base hit last time he was up in the 5th inning. Shot it over the head of Souza and landed in front of Freeman in right field. Payoff pitch. Medham swings and cranks this one down the left field line. It's falling fast but foul on the warning track. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Good swing by Medham. Just opened his hips a little early, pulled the ball down the line, but shot off his barrel. I think he thought off the bat he might have had extra bases until he watched it hook foul.
Medham, a pull-heavy hitter, shooting that one down the left field line. Grounded out to shortstop already today, twice. Another payoff pitch from Ramos with 2 gone and a runner at second base. It's Sam Ardois. Missing upstairs for ball 4. Another base runner for the Blues. And we'll flip it over to the top to E.J. Royal.
That was one of the better at-bats we've seen from a Blues hitter today. Worked a count, fouled some pitches off, and then was patient up there. Drew ball 4 to flip the lineup over.
Nice at-bat from Jared Medham as the pitching coach for Santa Barbara heads out there to talk to his right-hander and Ramos. That's Steve Schuck, the assistant head coach, and the entire infield converges as Sam Ardois trots over to the third base coach Rene Regalado to have a chat. And yeah, you're going to need a game plan here for the Blues' best hitter arguably this season. Royal is entering his final season of college baseball, senior year at Utah Tech with the Trailblazers. After being named first team All-Western State Conference and the Gold Glove Award winner at Cuesta, first 2 years of college ball. Back in high school, he also played football along with baseball for the Arroyo Grande Eagles. He was a 2021 All-Area MVP. Having an MVP caliber season for the Blues right now. And he could add another page in that storyline here with 2 runners on, trailing by 1 to Santa Barbara. Royal is the go-ahead run as he analyzes his black bomb bat and steps into the right-handed batter's box to face Diego Ramos. 2 gone here in the 6th inning. Ramos looks at second, now comes home. Big secondary lead from Ardois as Royal takes the off speed for strike 1.
A little low, but a strike nonetheless. I think Royal was a little surprised it was called as such.
Royal with 21 runs batted in entering this game. Shoots a ball to the second baseman Souza. He flips it over to second for the force out. And the side is retired. The Blues strand more runners on base, but they do finally have a response for the Foresters. They get 1 run on no hits and 1 error, a botched pop-up from Ryan Taman. They finally get something on the board as we head into the 7th inning. 3-1 Stars. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Seventh inning here at Sinsheimer Stadium. The Blues finally have an answer for the Santa Barbara Foresters after collecting 1 run on no hits. No hits after the botch pop out from Ryan Taman playing catcher. I mean, he was perfectly set up for it. He had the two-hand grab all ready to go. And a run coming in all the way from second base in Jariah Lewis, which, by the way, good hustle from Lewis going all the way from second to home on that. That doesn't get talked about enough.
No, it definitely does not. Really good hustle from the kid.
So now it's Jonas Sebring. He's 1 for 3 on the day. And he winds up and takes a look at strike one. Single in the first, a fly ball to right field, and a fly ball to left to the utility player from UCSB. 1-1 is hit hard up the middle. That's a base hit. Violent swing from Jonas Sebring as he says something into the dugout. That's his second hit of the day. And that's how he plays. He's going to play with a lot of passion. He's going to play with his hair on fire. I actually had the opportunity to play with Sebring back in 2020, the COVID year. I played summer ball with him in San Diego. Yeah, that's right, Ryan. Someone my age is someone I played with on the field. And he played just like that with the San Diego Jets.
Redshirt COVID senior?
He is. First pitch to Nolan Souza, missing up and away, 1 ball, no strikes.
I knew there was going to be a caveat to it.
So actually, that's older than me.
Yeah, he's ancient.
He was born on the Big Bang. I was born when the Earth finally cooled off.
Yeah.
Souza spoils that one up and out into the parking lot. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sebring at the time was a Palomar Comet. And to my knowledge, I didn't know I would join him a few years later. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nolan Souza. He's 1 for 2 on the day, a single back in the 5th. And the pitch missing downstairs. Nice stop from Goff behind the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. There's a new pitcher in, by the way. Sammy Frederich coming in to replace John Damazonio. His day is done. Frederich, the big, tall right-hander from Scottsdale Community College. And Ryan, if you can guess the mascot of Scottsdale Community College, I will give you $5.
Now I'm thinking outside the box.
Hit off the end of the bat. Medham's got it. He taps the bag. Throw to first. It's wide left for Casey Borba. And so Nolan Souza reaches safely. Second error of the day for the Blues. You know what? Because I don't think you're going to get it, and this isn't even a knock on you. This is no one would get this. I'll raise it to 20 if you get it.
What school was it?
Scottsdale Community College in Arizona.
The Scottsdale Community College Unicorns.
It's a solid guess. Would you like another one?
I'm just going to embarrass myself more.
This one softly hit over the head of Jeffries for a base hit. 2 hits in this inning as moving up towards second base is Nolan Souza off the Jack Holman base knock. That's his second one of the day.
Let's see, give me a hint.
Okay. I'll give you a hint, and it's going to go down. The dollar amount's going to go down. So $10. Okay. It's a food.
Okay. Whoa. A food. You don't see a lot of food-based teams. Scottsdale soft tacos. I don't know.
Ooh, see, that would make sense. As the first pitch is swung on and towered into left field. Daniel Patterson hit that one. Tracking it now is Witten as the ball just hit a wall up in the sky. Second out of the inning.
Let me hear it. What is it?
The Fighting Artichokes.
What?
Yeah.
Who thought of that?
That's the best name I can think of, dude. Their logo is awesome.
Now I'm looking this up.
TJ Pompey, 2 strikeouts and a hit by pitch this afternoon.
That logo is so sick.
Yeah, put that on a cap, right?
Yeah.
I got to ask Frederich about this, actually.
I'm Go Chokes is so cool, too. That's what they say.
Go Chokes?
Yeah.
Gets me fired up. Pompey towers this one up and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners on first and second for the Foresters. They lead the Blues 3-1 in the top half of the 7th inning. Sammy Frederich comes set after replacing John Damazonio this inning. Fastball skipping in the dirt, smothered by Goff. 1 ball and 1 strike.
So now, after you have enlightened me, I'm looking this up, and it was voted on by the students in 1972, and students were upset about the fact that they were rebranding and putting money into the athletics.
Dribbled on the left side. There's a diving stop from Medham. He keeps it in the infield, but everybody's safe. The bases are now loaded. Nice job from Jared Medham from allowing another run to come in to score.
Was a really good job by Medham. So it was voted in 1972. Students were upset that they were spending money on athletics rather than academics, and so they did it as an embarrassment. But instead, now they just have the coolest mascot in all of CC baseball.
Very menacing-looking artichoke as well. As Dean Traynor is going to go to his bullpen, the Fighting Artichoke's day is done. Doesn't allow any runs, but he allows 3 base hits and fills the bases for Jack Sand. We'll tell you more about him after the break. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. New pitcher in for the Slow Blues. It's Jack Sand. Sammy Frederich only sees 5 batters. He fills up the bases. He does get 2 outs, though, as Ryan Taman calls time. And it actually looks like there is a pinch hitter for Jackson Freeman. Freeman's day is done after a sacrifice fly, a pop out to left field, and a pop out to the second baseman, Braden Jeffries. So he's done an 0 for 2 day. He did get the RBI on the sac fly. So it's Dominic Smaldino, the Berkeley outfielder, infielder from Ladera Ranch. Same hometown as Jackson Freeman. As that fastball misses way outside from Jack Sand.
Really good stop by Parker Goff. He's been a wall back there today, like he is almost every day.
Sand just finished his first season up in Seattle with the Huskies at UW. Pitched 8 2/3 innings, 10 runs on 8 hits, and that fastball's in there for a strike.
He has been struggling a little bit recently, especially up in Walnut Creek. On Tuesday of that game, he came in, walked 3 batters, and then was pulled from the game. And on Wednesday, he gave up a few runs.
And Sand just misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike from the left-handed thrower. Sand this season has pitched in 3 innings, and he just misses outside on the fastball here. 2 balls and 1 strike. 3 innings, 2 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 3 hits. But the stuff is certainly there for the southpaw. The slider, the curveball, the fastball. Just got to get it over the plate, try to get hitters out. Here's the 3-1 from Sand. This one's popped up. Ranging to his left is Borba, and no one's going to get there. Nasty tail with the ball up in the air. I think Borba and Parker Goff both had the correct angle to try to catch that in foul ground, but the wind just pushed it back towards the line, and no one was able to get there. So we'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Definitely a tough play, but one that could have been made, and hopefully it doesn't prove to be costly with the bases loaded. The runners will be going now.
Pinch hitter and Dominic Smaldino awaits the 3-2 offering, and that's ball 4. Jack Sand comes into this game and gives up a walk. That brings in another run for the Foresters. It's now 4-1 Santa Barbara.
And you just have to throw strikes. You can't walk in runs, especially already losing in the game. It's the second run that the Blues have just given to the Foresters, walking in with bases loaded.
Bases loaded still. Nolan Souza just came in to score for the second time today. He reached on an error. As that off speed from Jack Sand is taken for strike 1 to Johnny Rodriguez. Rodriguez is 1 for 3 on the day, 2 strikeouts swinging, and he got his first base hit in the 6th, a hard hit single up the middle, as Smaldino will be pinch run for. Coming into this game, it's Drew Markle, the Rebel from Ole Miss and native of Katy, Texas. Standing tall in the left-handed batter's box, Rodriguez awaits the second offering. There it is. He gets a half swing on the slider. No balls and 2 strikes. And there's the stuff from Sand. Once he gets it over the plate and challenges the hitters to go after it, he's as good as anyone. Sand shakes off Goff. They come to an agreement, and he comes through on the windup. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Jack Sand comes in to replace Sammy Frederich. He does walk in a run, but then strikes out Johnny Rodriguez. The Foresters leave the bases full. It's 4-1 Santa Barbara heading into the bottom half of the 7th. It's time to stretch. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher in for the Forsters, it's Tucker Holland, another Razorback from the University of Arkansas. He faces Braden Jeffries, Parker Goff, and Casey Borba in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Santa Barbara collected another run at the away half of this inning. A walk from Jack Sand, who came in to replace Sammy Fredrich. As Jeffries shoots this one into left center field for a base hit. Third hit of the day for the Wolverine.
He is just incredible. He's so fun to watch. He just gets on base at a remarkable rate. Now bumps that batting average up to 543 with a 1370 OPS.
That's ludicrous.
That is ludicrous. And it's not a huge sample size, but not a small one. That's his 35th at bat.
It's pretty legit right there. As Goff sees the fastball and it's in there for strike.
19 hits in his 35 at bats, 2 extra base hits with 12 RBIs.
Holland picks over to first and Jeffries gets tripped up. He's back there safely though. Still 0-1 count to Parker Goff. More on the pitcher, Tucker Holland. A Razorback from the University of Arkansas, didn't play any games last season as a true freshman. He redshirted his first season at Fayetteville. Stands on the rubber at 6'6", 235 pounds. As Goff ropes this one down the left field line, but it's foul. Grew up in North Carolina, Burlington, North Carolina. He was ranked by Perfect Game as the number 76th overall prospect and the number 11th left-handed pitcher in the whole class of 2023. He was the number 1 left-handed pitcher in North Carolina and the number 4th player overall. This season for Santa Barbara, he has a 7.71 ERA and 2 1/3 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit. All that coming against the Arroyo Seco Saints and their 7-3 win over them. He allowed 2 earned runs after facing 11 batters. Here's a hard bunt right back to Holland from Goff. They'll go to first to retire him, but moving up to second base is Jeffries. 1 gone here in the inning.
A productive out from Goff on the check swing dribbler back to the pitcher. A foul ball. Goff hit, by the way, 99 miles an hour off the barrel.
Yeah, that was smoke down the left field line.
We know he has power. He's showed it a few times with his 3 triples, or doubles, excuse me.
He also showed it at Utah as well with his .515 slugging percentage. Strike taken in there to Casey Borba. No balls, 1 strike to the Texas Longhorn playing first base today for the Blues as he sends this one up into the bleachers. No balls and 2 strikes.
Still looking for his first hit.
Yeah, this season he has 8 hits in his 31 at-bats, 10 runs batted in, 2 home runs for the Longhorn. Sends this one in the air to right field. Sebring's got it. He squeezes it, tagging up from second base is Jeffries. He'll try to go to third. The throw is a little offline, and Jeffries is in there safely. The kid swipes an extra 90 feet, tagging up from second on the pop fly to right.
A risky play from Jeffries. You never want to make the third out at third. Never want to make any out at third for that matter. When you're in scoring position, you're already a threat. But he gets in there safely and makes Cooper Witten's job even easier.
Cooper Witten, another run 90 feet away, and Braden Jeffries after tagging up on that fly ball. He's hitless today, a pop out to right and left and a strikeout looking. And he looks at the first breaking ball up with the letters for ball 1.
Now would be a great time for him to get his first hit of the day and chop this lead down to 2.
Witten just has 3 hits on the season, and he looks at that fastball upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. On deck, it's Jariah Lewis. He's also hitless today. Only hit the bottom half of the order is that Brendan Comerford triple in the second, as Cooper takes a look at strike one. Witten stands back up there against the new pitcher, Tucker Holland. This one skied into the air in right field. Going back on it is Sebring, and he can't get there. It one hops the wall. Jeffries comes in to score off the RBI double from Cooper Witten as he punished it over the head of the right fielder.
The potential that we knew he had is finally coming through as the Blues get another run, and he picks up his third extra base hit of the season and his second RBI. That slugging percentage is through the roof.
Yeah, this past season at UW, he had a .344 slugging percentage on his 5 home runs and 1 double. And that power is starting to translate over here at Sinsheimer.
A .550 right now. He just bumped his OPS over 1,000 at 1,074.
First pitch to Jariah Lewis is a curveball taken on the outer edge. No balls and 1 strike.
Now you would like to see Jariah Lewis trade places with Witten, get another run across in the 7th.
2 looks at second base. Now Holland comes home, and Jariah softly hits the one into shallow left. No one's going to get there. Getting the wave around is Cooper Witten. He'll come in to score. Lewis is sinking an extra 90, and he slides feet first to second, in there in time.
2 things there. Not a hard hit ball from Jariah Lewis, but it found the grass. Witten was just taking off on contact with 2 outs, and then Jariah saw an errant throw from the left fielder back in and took advantage of it, which is huge because now you have another speedy guy out there at second with Brendan Comerford at the plate. Another run looming for the Blues.
Good jump from Cooper Witten with 2 outs. He was going on the crack of the bat, and he did a blooper pop single into shallow left. And now it's a 1-run ball game and a new pitcher coming in for the Sturs. 4-3 Santa Barbara. We'll take a little break. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher for the Forsters, it's Shea Went. He has a 2.61 ERA and 10 1/3 innings pitched for Santa Barbara this summer. 14 strikeouts to his 6 walks. He's allowed 7 hits. Last time he was out, it was against their 7-3 win against the Arroyo Seco Saints, where he went 1 2/3, 1 run it was earned, a hit, facing 7 batters and 3 strikeouts with 1 walk. The Blue Jay from Creighton University in Nebraska, and a native of Blair, Nebraska. He faces Brendan Comerford here with 2 outs and a runner on second base. Blues now trail by 1 run to the Foresters after back-to-back doubles, one by Cooper Witten and one by Jariah Lewis.
Starting to pick up a little momentum. 1 run in the last inning, 2 in this inning, and it's still going on.
Here's the 1-1 to Comerford. He checks his swing and he holds up on it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Went his first season with Creighton last year in the Blue Jays at a 7.04 earned run average. He started in 6 games, pitched in 23 innings, 18 earned runs, 21 strikeouts to 22 walks. Taken off towards second base is Jariah Lewis. Foot for slide, and the throw goes into center field. Peterson collects it, and Jariah Lewis comes in to score the tying run for the Blues.
When the Blues score, you score. Jariah Lewis takes the risk of stealing third in an errant throw from Taman as a tie ball game now here in San Luis Obispo.
Costly error for Ryan Taman, as that throw was never even close to the third baseman Patterson at any point. Jariah Lewis did a nice job popping up on the head first slide, and this ball game is now tied as Brendan Comerford walks.
All of a sudden, it's a brand new ball game as the Blues put up 4 runs in the last 2 innings and have a runner on first base for Sam Ardois.
Ardois, the Louisiana kid with a runner on first, is hitless today. He has reached base twice, one from a walk in the second and one from an error by Ryan Taman. One of his 2 today in the 6th inning. He also struck out looking. 0 for 2 day for the Raging Cajun from ULL. 3-run inning for San Luis Obispo as they've now tied this ball game. 2 extra base hits, an error, as Bill Pinter heads back out to the mound to relieve Shea Went of his duties. So it looks like another relief pitcher for Santa Barbara, as they're still stuck in a jam with 2 outs here. 4-4 ball game as a new arm comes in for Santa Barbara. We'll let you know who it is after the break. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. New pitcher for the Foresters. Shea Wednesday is done after facing one batter, Brendan Comerford. He walked the DH, and a run came in to score off the errant throw from Ryan Taman. That's all the action he'll get. So now it's a right-hander from the University of Michigan. Will Rogers from Shoreview, Minnesota, the former Sun Devil, two-way player, catcher, and pitcher in for Santa Barbara. Rogers this season, he has a 1.80 ERA with 5 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits, 2 saves for the Wolverine as well, as he faces Sam Ardois here with the go-ahead run at first base and Brendan Comerford. First pitch taken there for a strike. Rogers also hits too. 22 at-bats this season for Santa Barbara. He has a triple in 7 hits. Ardois swings and misses at that fastball. Rogers entering his senior season of college baseball. And for the Wolverines last year, he pitched in 53 innings with a 5.94 earned run average. Ardois swings and misses, and they strand the winning or the go-ahead run at first base. The Blues do get 3, though. A 4-4 ball game entering the 8th inning. Stay tuned. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. New pitcher for the Blues, it's Ericus Pajunas. Jack Sand's day is done, and now the right-hander committed to Michigan steps onto the rubber. Well, the Foresters just threw out a Michigan Wolverine of their own in Will Rogers, and he got Sam Ardois to strike out with the go-ahead run at first base. But the damage had been done in the 7th, a 3-spot for the Blues to tie up this game 4 apiece in the top half of the 8th inning. This 8th inning is brought to you by Plan Perfect. Be sure to contact Sherry Tollerman at 949-223-8397. That's Sherry Tollerman at 949-223-8397. Or you can find her at planperfectretirement.com. Corporate Retirement Plan Specialists. Due up for the Foresters, it's Ryan Taman, Caden Peterson, and Jonas Sebring, as that first pitch to Taman is taken for strike 1. Damon, two strikeouts and a pop out to right field. The former Blue hitching in his stance up against home plate in the right-handed batter's box as there's strike two on the fastball, outer half of the zone. Pajunas, an 11.25 ERA in 4 innings of work, 2 strikeouts to his 3 walks in league play. 0-2 to Taman. He holds up his swing on the slider outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Had a rough outing against the Walnut Creek Crawdads in the Blues' 9-4 loss on June 26. 5 earned runs in 4 innings pitched, just 2 strikeouts and 21 batters faced. 1-2, Taman ropes it over to Ardois. He was already sitting there on his knee to snag it for the first out of the inning.
Hot shot to Ardois. Like you said, it was just right at him. He just dropped to a knee and made the grab for the first out. Very hard hit ball from the catcher.
Yeah, he stayed cool that entire time, just mean-mugged it right into the glove for the first out of the inning. And now it's the leadoff man, Caden Peterson, who's also hitless today. A walk, a hit by pitch, a grounder to second, and an unassisted out from Ardois at third base. As that one shoots off the shin guard of Goff for ball 1. Peterson, the left fielder, batting leadoff today for Santa Barbara. And a tied 4-4 ball game. Pajunas on the 1-0. Swings and misses from Caden Patterson. 1 ball and 1 strike. Excuse me, this is Peterson entering today's game. He had 10 hits and 27 at-bats. His .370 average. Hasn't brought across any runs yet this season. As Pajunas comes home on the 1-1, and looking all the way at strike 2 is Peterson.
You mentioned it already, but Pajunas didn't have the best outing, or hasn't had any good outings really this summer, and is just looking to find it here.
Here's the 1-2 to Peterson. Waves at that slider outside for strike 3. 2 outs for Ericus Pajunas as he gets the uncomfortable swing from the leadoff man. First strikeout of the day.
And it appears he has found it early in his appearance here. Looking to keep it that way.
So Sebring steps up now. He's 2 for 4 on the day. 2 base hits, 1 in the 7th and 1 in the 1st. A fly ball to right field and a fly out to left. Can't sit still in the right-handed batter's box as Pajunas comes home from the windup. And Sebring takes a look at strike 1. Jonah, a late add for the Santa Barbara Foresters, making pretty significant contributions up in the 2 spot as he has an uncomfy swing on that breaking ball for strike 2. The utility man this summer is 14 of 38 heading into today's game. 12 runs batted in, 2 home runs. As Pajunas comes on the 0-2, and Sebring chases at the fastball at his eyes for strike 3. 2 strikeouts and a line out to Ardois at third base. We'll head to the bottom half of the 8, tied at 4. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Jared Medham, E.J. Royal, and Braden Jeffries due up to face Will Rogers in a tied ball game, 4-4. Santa Barbara Foresters in town in San Luis Obispo to play the Blues in this CCL matchup. Series currently in the Foresters' favor. They're up 2-1 over San Luis Obispo. Blues trying to tie it up here this afternoon at Sinsheimer. Here's the 1-0 to Medham as he sends this one right back into the net. 1 ball and 1 strike to the St. Mary's Gale, who is hitless today. He has 2 grounders to short and walked back in the 6th inning. He was stranded at first base there. Rogers from the windup comes home to Medham, and he looks at that fastball upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Good take from Medham to lay off the fastball right around his chin.
Here's the 2-1 to Jared Medham with his open batting stance in the right-handed batter's box, and that scrapes the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Will Rogers came into this game last inning. He replaced Shea Went, who walked Brendan Comerford. That's the lead run. And then Rogers got the inning to end off the Ardois strikeout as that fastball misses upstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Jared Medham, the shortstop from Half Moon Bay, California.
Big league take there from Medham. That curveball almost dropped into the zone but stayed right above it.
3-2 was chopped on the ground left side. Pompey botches it under his glove, and Medham is aboard with the error from the shortstop. Blues will take it anyway, anyhow. If it's an error, if it's a hit, if it's a bloop, that is the go-ahead run at first base.
It is indeed, and you are right. They will take it absolutely any way they can get it, especially with the top of the order coming up, as that one just shot under the glove of Pompey.
Yeah, we talked about the errors that the Blues have committed this season and how it's plagued their summer, and the Foresters now exhibiting those same characteristics in this game as they have 4 themselves. Blues still have 2. There's 6 total in this ball game, and it's tied at 4 apiece, and E.J. Royal shows bunt.
I don't know if I love that play, considering he's batting .400 on the season with just under 100 abs.
He got his first base hit of the day back in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 4 on the afternoon, a strikeout looking, a grounder to short, and a force out from second base as the pickoff to first is not in time to get Jared Medham. Yeah, Royal with 21 runs batted in heading into this game, pushes a bunt over to first base. Rodriguez races to the bag, and Royal's going to beat him there. He screams at the dugout and flexes on him. 2 runners on for the Blues.
Look at the replay here. He got that down the line and shot out of the batter's box, and a good decision to slide and throw his hand out there to the bag. Had he just run through it, he probably would have been tagged. E.J. Royal, I guess go ahead and bunt if you're going to bunt for a hit.
Thing almost got out. How hard he hit it.
Yeah.
As third base coach Rene Regalado gives the game plan to Braden Jeffries down the third base line.
It was exactly what he wanted to do. He just wanted to push it kind of right at the second baseman, but hard enough that the play could not be made at second, or the pitcher couldn't make the play, but hard enough that it was going to dribble to the second baseman, and he only had one option to go to first base. And he did just that, but the first baseman gloved it, and there was nobody to cover.
And I think the first baseman, Rodriguez, was either caught off guard or just wasn't paying attention because he was essentially jogging over to the bag, and Royal was just busting it down the line. He was able to beat him out in the foot race to first.
He was flying.
Some words from the dugout as the entire infield is looking over on the Santa Barbara Foresters side. They're giving some pick signs here with runners on first and second. The go-ahead run is at second base. His name is Jared Medham, as Braden Jeffries, who has 3 hits on the afternoon, steps up. And with the lengthy strides that Medham has at second, one could score him here. Shows bunt, pulls it back. And that's taken for ball 1.
That's got to be what Rene Regalado and Jeffries were talking about over there. Now I don't hate the situation with the runner in scoring position and no outs. You bunt the winning run over to third.
Shows it again, gets it down, it spins foul. He'll have to retreat back to home on the 1-1 count to Jeffries.
It's the exact definition, if he can get one down in fair territory, of a productive out. As a lefty too, he could be, he could get that ball down and then shoot out of the box.
As manager Bill Pintard comes out to talk to his right-hander Will Rogers. Whole infield converges as the lefty in the bullpen is uncertain if he's coming in or not. He'll throw a few warm-up pitches in the meantime.
He never made a move over, probably just coming to talk to his team about defensive strategy with Jeffries laying down the bunt.
Jeffries up right now, and Parker Goff on deck.
Another reason that the CCL might want to adopt the pitch clock rule is the number of mound visits you get per game. Bill Pintard and his staff has been out there at least 4 times in this game, and that's all you get the entire game in a major league game. That includes your catcher going out there as well.
That's the Pintard trademark. When Mondu got hit in the wrist down in Santa Barbara, there was a long injury timeout for him. And as soon as that timeout ended, Pintard used a mound visit to ice the hitter for the Blues. On the contrary, we never see mound visits from Dean Traynor.
The only time you do is pitching changes. You very rarely see him just go out there, or anybody on the staff go out there just to talk.
Rodriguez crashes at this one, sent right back to the pitcher, and Rogers, he zips it over to third. They get the lead runner, and that's the first out of the inning. So Jared Medham retired at third base, runners on first and second still, with now 1 out here in the inning.
It's the only thing you could not have done there was bunt it right back to the pitcher hard enough that he has a play at third. Now you are going to have to get it done with the bat.
It's a pretty good guy to do it, and Parker Goff, he is hitless today. 2 grounders back to the pitcher, a walk in the third, and a fielder's choice in the first.
Hitless to me makes it sound like he's due.
Sure does. He's got 10 of them entering today's game, 3 of them for extra bases. They're all doubles, and 2 runs batted in.
Taman calls time after just giving signs to his team.
Goff had 18 runs batted in this past season with the Cougars at BYU as Rogers inside move to second base. No one's there.
They're just trying to ice the batter every single time up there. And it's, to me, it's...
Goff hits this on the ground, left side, sharply hit to the third baseman. They go to second for 1, on to first, not in time. But advancing up to third base is E.J. Royal. Nice stop from Patterson at third base off the hot shot from Parker Goff.
See if they try to ice the batter again in Casey Borba. Back-to-back fielder's choices is not what you want to do for the Blues with 2 on and nobody out in a tie ball game.
And this is the part of the order you want in this situation. These are the guys that have been producing all day. Majority of the hits, 5 of them, coming through the 1 through 3 batters. As that fastball missing upstairs from Will Rogers, 1 ball and no strikes to Casey Borba, who's also hitless today. And one could say he's due as well after that bomb he hit yesterday.
Hitless since that massive home run yesterday. Definitely due, the slugger.
Borba looks at the fastball, lower end of the zone, 1 ball and 1 strike. Tied ball game in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Runners at the corners for the Blues. Middle infield playing deep, outfield playing pretty deep as well. As Borba looks at the fastball up and outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. First baseman from Texas has struck out looking, reached on fielder's choice. A pop out to shortstop and a pop out to right field. Will Rogers comes set, now delivers, fastball missing upstairs. He's got to come set there.
I'm surprised they didn't call a balk. He didn't come set at all, in my opinion. He just was in his initial stance and then just kind of stepped towards his glove and then threw.
Here's a 3-1 to Borba, and that's taken for strike 2. Fastball on the outer edge, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
There's some more delayage from Taman. Just takes a few steps out in front of home plate to throw off Casey Borba's rhythm.
Go ahead run just 90 feet away. Taking off for second is Goff. Here's a ball put in play. Diving attempt. It hits off the foot of Parker Goff, and the inning is over. Will Rogers gets out of the jam as Parker Goff didn't look in at the ball, and it tripped him off the ankles. It's still tied at 4 heading into the top of the 9th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blue Streaming Network. Three, 4, 5 due up for the Santa Barbara Foresters. Nolan Souza, Jack Holman, and Daniel Patterson up to face Ericus Pajunas. A frustrating inning for the Blues to end things in the 8th. An offensive interference from Parker Goff as the a hit from Casey Borba hit off the ankles of the base runner Goff to end things. And if that thing didn't hit the foot of Goff, it was for sure going to produce a run from E.J. Royal.
Even if the shortstop made a diving play, that'd be Pompey. The 0-1 misses low. It wouldn't have been in time to get Borba, as it wasn't hit all that hard, and Borba was firing down the line with EJ on third. The only out they might have had available would have been getting Goff at third base, but the run would have scored had they tagged him at third.
Pajunas comes inside on the fastball and misses. 2 balls and 1 strike to Nolan Souza.
Very frustrating, as now the Blues will have to try to manufacture another run in the bottom of the 9th to win the ballgame.
Second baseman, who has 1 hit today, looks at the strike, upper half of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Left-handed hitting, second baseman. 1 for 3, reached on error, grounded to the shortstop, and walked back in the first. Here's the 2-2 from Pajunas. This one's tapped on the ground, right side. Borba with the backhand, flips it over to Pajunas at first, beats him in the foot race, and there's the first out of the inning.
Soft contact and a PFP for Pajunas. He hustles his way over to first.
The 3-1 putout, and it's now Jack Holman, the designated hitter, batting fourth. He's 2 for 3 on the day. 2 singles, one of them for an RBI, a hit by pitch in the third, and a strikeout swinging in the fifth. Left-hander from UC Santa Barbara. He committed to the Gauchos just 3 days ago after spending 3 seasons with the Bruins at UCLA. Holman resting his hands right next to his left armpit, watches the fastball sail up and above the strike zone. 1 ball, no strikes. He's a 3-time UCLA Director's Honor Roll, a 2023 All Pac-12 Honorable Mention, and a 2023 Pac-12 Academic Honor Roll recipient, as Pajunas misses high once again on that fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. He was ranked the number 3 catcher and number 34 overall prospect in the state of California in high school, and the number 26 catcher nationally. 2-0, missing way outside from Pajunas. 3 straight balls from the Michigan Wolverine. In that Pac-12 honorable mention season, he had 13 home runs, 9 doubles on 53 hits, 500 slugging, with a 356 on base percentage. As Pajunas finally finds the zone in this at-bat, 3 balls and 1 strike to Jack Holman, entering his senior season from Wrightwood, California.
Noah Ferguson has started getting loose in the Blues bullpen.
And they are working him, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
3-1 is missing inside for ball 4. 1 out base runner for the Foresters, and there's the go-ahead run for Santa Barbara.
While we have a second, let's take a look around the CCL. 6 games today, including this one. 1 has already came to an end. That was the Stompers and the Menlo Park Legends. Stompers stomped on the Legends 13-1 in the College of San Mateo. Another game going on right now, the Academy Barons and the Caneo Oaks, tied up at 1 apiece in the bottom of the third, as pinch runner is going to be Addison Kelpish.
I believe that's Klepsch coming in from San Diego, California, a future War Eagle from Auburn.
3 other games have not started between the Seagulls and the Merchants, the Ventura County Pirates and the Saints, and the Sunrays and the Riptide.
How about those Stompers, huh? Yeah. And coming away with that win against the Menlo Park Legends, if the Blues can get one here, they can take over sole possession of second place.
Stompers still fighting their way back into the standings. Now 7-8. Means if they win their game tomorrow against Menlo Park, they would be tied with them.
Entering this game, they were 5 games out of first place. Blues are 3.5. Big shuffle from Klepsch at first base with the vibrant red oven mitt on his left hand. As taking a look at ball 1 is Daniel Patterson, the home run record holder at Westmont College, digging in for the 5th time today. He doesn't have a hit for the Sturs yet. Pajunas on the slide step delivers a fastball in there for a strike. 1-1 to Patterson. Patterson patiently sways his bat in the right-handed batter's box with his open stance as he stares down Pajunas and sends a base hit into the right center gap. Klepsch is rounding second base and heading towards third. Impressive speed as he gets the stop sign at third base. One out knock for Daniel Patterson. That's his first of the afternoon.
The Foresters are now threatening the runner in scoring position and just one out, and out comes manager Dean Traynor.
And that's Noah Ferguson warming up in the bullpen. We've talked about how often the Blues have used him ever since he's come to San Luis Obispo. We've talked about also how they're in dire need of relief arms. Ferguson pitched 2 days ago against the Merchants, and 3 days before that he pitched for the Crawdads, or against the Crawdads. And most recently in that Merchants game, he pitched in 1 inning, allowed 1 run, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and facing 5 batters. And he got the win in that one on June 28th. It was a good bounce back after that 1/3 inning he pitched in the 20-8 loss against the Walnut Creek Crawdads. Faced 4 batters and allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 2 hits and just 1 strikeout. So he'll stay in the bullpen for now, as Pajunas will have to deal with TJ Pompey, who is 1 for 3 on the day, a base hit in the 7th. That was his first of the day. 2 strikeouts and a hit by pitch. Runners at the corners for Santa Barbara as the go-ahead run is 90 feet away for the Foresters. Pajunas comes home and tapping it right behind the plate is Pompey for strike 1.
Pajunas looking for a strikeout or a ground out, or a pop out, I should say. You have the whole Blues defense in, but I would not be surprised to see the middle infielders try to turn 2 if they get an easy ball to them.
Entire infield playing in as there's a fastball taken for strike 2.
Might see those corner infielders come home with it. Borba's in an interesting spot where if he gets a ball that's kind of down the line, he could touch first base and then throw home. It's a tag play at home either way, so might as well get the force if he can.
Borba holds on the runner at first base, and there's a swing and a miss from TJ Pompey. A huge out from Ericus Pajunas.
Take another look at this beautiful off-speed pitch from Pajunas. Just had Pompey buckled. Pompey, excuse me.
It was the curveball from Pajunas, 12-6ing right into the bottom half of the zone over the barrel of Pompey for a gigantic second out in the top of the 9th inning. And now new hitter coming into this game, Drew Markle, the Rebel from Ole Miss. He replaced Dom Smaldino to pinch run as the runner goes to second, pump fake from Parker Goff, and he'll just get it back to Ericus Pajunas. So now there's 2 runners in scoring position for the Foresters after the stolen bag from Daniel Patterson. And now a visit with Goff and Pajunas up at the mound. Trying to disguise the signs with the runner now at second base. And the go-ahead 90 feet away. Markle digs in for the first time today, wearing his cherry red Ole Miss spikes, digging to the right-handed batter's box. The bright white Nike swoosh on the outside of his foot as Goff keeps that ball in dirt in front of him. Great job by the backstop. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A really good job. He came a little bit out of his fundamentals there, and they're going to talk again. Probably didn't quite understand the signs. It wasn't what Goff was expecting. But a really good job. He didn't slide and bring his head down, which is kind of what you're taught. He tried to get it on a backhand, but was able to get his body in front of it as well. So when it hit off his glove, it hit his chest protector and bounced right on the plate. That's what you're taught. You want to try to block it right on home plate. A good job there by Goff.
1 ball and 1 strike to Drew Markle, the native from Katy, Texas, who was the number 4 shortstop out of high school. Here's the 1-1. Waves at that slider from Pajunas. A flying saucer going across the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That pitch was filthy and had Markle buckled at the knees on the flying saucer as you described it.
1-2 to the Rebel, who played in 17 games last season down in Mississippi. Here it comes. Checks his swing. He went around. Pajunas gets out of the jam. It's still a tied ball game, and now it's time for the Blues to walk it off in the bottom of the ninth. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Cooper Witten, Jariah Lewis, and Brendan Comerford due up in the bottom of the ninth inning. 4-4 ball game against the rivals from down south, the Santa Barbara Foresters. Witten will be the first man to face Will Rogers, who heads back out there, the Wolverine, Michigan, and former Arizona State Sun Devil. Witten standing up tall in the right-handed batter's box on the 1-0. Takes a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Witten this afternoon, a pop out to right, a strikeout looking, a pop out to left, and smoked the double in the 7th. Came around to score there. Fastball missing upstairs from Rogers, 2 balls and 1 strike. Rogers awaits for Witten as he buries his glove, his face in his tan glove, as Witten takes a huge swing and a miss at that fastball outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And so Rogers, who saw minimal action pitching as a Sun Devil, saw a crazy uptick this past season at Michigan, as going down swinging is Cooper Witten for the first out of the inning. That's his 2nd strikeout of the day. And so more on that. His time as a Sun Devil, he only pitched in 7 innings with a 6.43 ERA. And this past season at Michigan, he pitched in 53 innings. Transferring from Arizona State to Michigan to follow recruiting coordinator Ben Greenspan, who had a new plan for him clearly at Ann Arbor. As the fastball to Jariah Lewis is taken in the inner half of the zone for strike 1. Jariah this afternoon, a double, an error, and a strikeout looking, and he whiffs at that curveball for strike 2. Rogers working quickly against these blue hitters as he's already up to 2 strikes on Jariah Lewis. Infield, middle infield playing back, corners at regular depth as Lewis half swings and shoots it right back into the net. No balls and 2 strikes again. Rogers quickly gets back into the windup on the rubber as Jariah Lewis awaits the 0-2 offering. Here it comes. It's a fastball way outside. Taman has to slide to retrieve it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Blues just looking to manufacture 1 run, get out of this game with a win It's going to have to start right here with Jariah Lewis.
1-2 to J. Lou is poked into center field, high in the air to Markle, who takes a few steps in, and he grabs it for the second out of the inning. Fly out to center. There's 2 gone in the ninth for Brendan Comerford, the designated hitter who tripled in the second inning. That's his second time doing that this season. Also popped out to second base, grounded to short, and walked in the 7th inning.
The team leader in extra base hits. Love an extra base hit right here.
Closed off stance. He has to dodge that fastball, almost hitting him in the face. 1 ball, no strikes. From the windup, here's Will Rogers again. Fastball in the outer black. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Comerford, this is his 20th start of the season for the Blues. Entering this game with 73 at-bats. He swings and softly hits this one over the press box. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As you said, Ryan, the team leader in extra base hits, 7 doubles, 2 triples, 13 runs batted in on 17 hits for the Ohlone infielder. Comerford looks at that fastball all the way, deuces wild, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 gone in the bottom of the 9th inning. Blues looking for a spark to try to walk it off against their rivals in Santa Barbara. Here's the 2-2 to Comerford. He chases after the changeup in the dirt. Throw over to first is in time on the drop third strike, and the side is retired. Free baseball at Sinsheimer. Get hyped. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blue Streaming Network. Extra innings here at Sinsheimer Stadium with a inherited runner at second base. Yes, I say inherited runner. This is one of my biggest pet peeves when we say ghost runner. Because, Ryan, you've played wiffle ball, right?
Yeah.
So when you say ghost runner, that means you have to use your imagination to think of a runner on base.
Yeah.
We don't need to use our imagination here. There is a human being on second.
He's at the top of your screen wearing a blue helmet.
There he is, Drew Markle, the speedster from Ole Miss, on the inside move from Ericus Pajunas. No throw there. So it's Johnny Rodriguez leading things off, the 8-hole hitter playing first today for Santa Barbara. He's 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts, all of them swinging with a base hit up the middle in the 6th inning. Left-handed hitter with his golden cleats takes a look at that fastball outside on the first offering. 1 ball, no strikes. Casey Borba was crashing heavily on that play. Left-handed hitter standing pretty far away from home plate as Pajunas comes set, takes a double take at second base. Now kicks and deals on the 1-0. Huge hack from the dirtbag for strike 1. One ball and 1 strike to the Fullerton, California native. Extra innings at Sinsheimer, a 4-4 ball game. Blues hosting their rivals from down south in the Santa Barbara Foresters. 1-1, he shows bunt, shoots it right into the on-deck circle. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Getting to 2 strikes in this count might not seem like a big deal, but it is a huge deal because now he can't bunt the runner over to third that represents the leading run. He has to swing away. Could result in a strikeout, a ground out, a pop out, something that doesn't move the runner over.
Pajunas has been feeling himself this outing so far. He's got 5 strikeouts. Here's the 1-2. He shows bunt again, and I think they said he touched it. So Johnny Rodriguez is retired as he fouled off that bunt, and there's the first out of the inning.
Good slider there from Pajunas. He is rolling out there on the mound, coming out of the bullpen to relieve Jack Sand.
So Ardois and the catcher Goff have a conversation now, facing the 9-hole hitter Ryan Taman, who's also hitless today. 2 strikeouts, swinging a pop out to right field, and a laser right to Ardois as he dropped to one knee, who's grabbed it for the putout. First out of the 8th inning. Noah Ferguson staying warm in the Blues bullpen, the Oregon State Beaver and former Lute from Pacific Lutheran. Pajunas rocks as he buries his glove back at his right hip. Looks twice at second base. Markle gets a giant secondary lead, and the ball kicks away from Parker Goff. Go-ahead run is now 90 feet away off the free 90 from the low pitch that Goff just couldn't corral.
An unfortunate break. Now they got that runner over to third on the wild pitch, and the infield comes in.
Everyone's toes are on the grass in the infield as the wind blows in. Another dirt ball and good stop from Parker Goff. 2 balls and no strikes.
Not sure how much longer Pajunas is going to be out there as Ferguson has headed towards the entrance of the dugout, and Dean Traynor is actually standing a step out of the dugout.
Here comes the 2-0. Missing outside, and here comes a free run for the Foresters. A pass ball from Ericus Pajunas as he yanked it out of the diving attempt from Parker Goff, who scratches his head and walks back behind the dish. That one hurts for the Blues. I mean, Pajunas has been looking good so far in his outing, and all of that gets withered away on the pass ball from the four-seam that just was in the other batter's box. So now here's the 3-0 to Ryan Taman, and it's a fastball down the middle of the plate for strike 1.
If you're the Foresters, you almost have to get that run across, or else it becomes very hard to win the game, as the Blues will get their inherited runner at second. Now they just need to limit it to the 1.
Popped up, and it looks like it will be out of play as Goff scales the fence. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ryan Taman.
If you could keep it at a 5-4 ball game, you get your own ghost runner at second base, or inherited runner.
Your what? Yeah.
That's already in scoring position, and you have 8-9-1 due up, so you just got to manufacture that run to continue the game.
Payoff pitch to Taman. He swings and dribbles that one right back into the backstop. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I agree with you. I'm not a fan of the ghost runner. It is what they call it in the MLB.
Officially?
Officially, it's called the ghost runner or the Manfred runner.
Manfred runner.
Yeah. But I do agree. It's not a ghost runner. He's real. We see him.
Payoff again, and that hit his elbow. Ryan Taman gets plunked on the 3-2 fastball, and he'll jog over to first base. No action from Dean Traynor yet as he surveys his roster on the dugout. So now we'll flip it over to the top of the lineup in Caden Peterson with some more cushion over at first base. It's Peterson who has no hits today. He was hit by a pitch. He walked, grounded to second, and an unassisted put out from third or Dwan, and struck out swinging in the 8th. And he takes a look at strike one from Pajunas here. Ferguson sitting crisscross applesauce behind the mound in the bullpen. Has a short lead from Taman over at first. Waving at that slider is Peterson for strike two. Extra innings here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Blues hosting the Santa Barbara Foresters, their CCL South rival. 5-4 ball game. The Foresters lead after a wild pitch from Ericus Pajunas. This one softly hit into center field. E.J. Royal racing in on it. Retreating back to first base is Ryan Taman for the second out of the inning.
More soft contact induced by Pajunas. I mentioned you just want to get out of this inning with just the one run of damage and come up and have your opportunity to score your automatic runner.
And now the personification of lightning in a bottle and Jonas Sebring digging into the right-handed batter's box now. He is 2 for 5 on the day, a strikeout swinging, a fly out to left, a fly out to right, 2 singles. He came around to score on one of them as the fastball skips outside and a backhand stop from Goff. 1 ball, no strikes. Sebring, the UC Santa Barbara Gaucho, after spending a season at Palomar College and 2 at Golden West. As another one that misses in the dirt, 2 balls and no strikes to Sebring.
You don't want to walk that runner into scoring position. Make Sebring earn a hit and move that runner over rather than just giving it to him for free.
The All-Orange Empire Conference first team honoree awaits in the batter's box on the 2-0, and missing outside on that fastball is Pajunas again, and Goff's going to have a conversation.
Really good job from the catcher to, one, keep the ball in front of him for the most part, except the few really wild pitches, and then go out and talk to his pitcher. Maybe a little flustered, down 3-0 in this count. Need to throw strikes here. You're probably going to see an automatic take from Sebring in the 3-0 count, get a fastball out over, and then throw another fastball in a 3-1 count and make him get a hit.
And it's especially hard for Parker Goff. You're not going to block all of them, but some of those he literally had to lunge after, especially that wild pitch that allowed the run to come in to score from third base. As Sebring takes a look at strike one. Hitters count to the Gaucho.
Got the fastball out over the plate. Got to do it again now in a 3-1 count.
Here's a 3-1 with a runner on first base, 2 gone for the Foresters, and it misses high for ball 4. The free base runner for the Foresters as it's down Nolan Souza, who has 1 hit this afternoon. Dean Traynor walks out to the mound, and Pajunas' day might be done as he awaits his manager's arrival with his glove resting underneath his left armpit.
I believe his day has to be done. Second mound visit in 1 inning. Was that not a thing here in the CCL? No. Maybe not. We mentioned it earlier, we don't see D. Traynor take a lot of just mound visits.
No.
And this is now 2.
2 in 1 inning. Sometimes you won't even see 2 in 1 game.
Sometimes you don't see 2 in a whole series from Dean.
Just leaves his guy out there to work, and that's exactly what he'll do here. Ferguson's going to throw a couple more warm-up pitches.
I'm getting warm for like 2 innings now.
So it's Nolan Souza, the Honolulu, Hawaii native, now a Fayetteville, Arkansas resident. Left-handed infielder with 2 runners on, Sebring with a humongous lead at first. No one holding him on there. This one's rolled on the ground right side. Jeffries gobbles it up, throws it over to first, and the side is retired. Forsters get the inherited runner from second base off the pass ball from Ericus Pajunas. It's 5-4 Sturs heading to the bottom half of the 10th. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. It's up to Sam Ardois, Jared Medham, and E.J. Royal to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th as Bill Pintard shares some information with the home plate umpire. So it's a pinch runner for Brendan Comerford at second base. It was going to be him to act as the tie-breaking run over there at second, but Gavin Constantine comes in to replace him in this game as Ardois shows bunt, and he fouls it right at home plate. No balls and 1 strike.
Good decision, in my opinion, at least, for Dean Traynor to get Constantine out there. We were talking about it between innings. Either Constantine or Max Lane would both be good options to get out there. Even a Bradley Navarro, and someone with a little more speed. Not saying Comerford isn't fast, but he's not the fastest on the team, especially when you're looking at him compared to Constantine and Lane.
And Constantine has 2 stolen bags. Not that he'd steal here, but just give you an idea of the speed of him as the fastball misses above the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sam Ardois on the 1-1 count to Will Rogers, who heads back out there. He checks a swing, they appeal, and he didn't go around. 2 balls and 1 strike to the Raging Cajun.
Very, very close. Ardois left that out there for a while, but able to tug it back in time.
2 balls and 1 strike to the third baseman for the Blues today, batting 8th. Jared Medham waiting on deck. Both of these batters are hitless in today's contest. 1 look at second base from Will Rogers. He slide steps home. Here's a ground ball back to him. Constantine caught in no man's land. He's in a rundown on the second base line, and they tag him. Now Ardois caught in the middle. and he tries to go to second, now retreats back to first, and they'll throw it to the pitcher, Rogers. That's a double play. Costly base running blunder for the Blues as there's all of a sudden 2 outs and no inherited runner.
That was worst case scenario for the Blues. 2 horrible base running decisions that are going to end up costing the Blues this game.
Yeah, and for Constantine, there was no one behind him. He didn't have to go over to third. You take a couple shuffle steps, sure, when you see the ball hit and play, but he took full strides towards third base. He got caught in the middle. They got him in the rundown there, and I think Ardois tried to take second base on that. And so then he got caught in the middle, and they got him in the rundown and eventually got him out. 3 actually base running mistakes for the Blues might have just costed them this ball game. The rundown from Constantine, the rundown from Ardois, and Parker Goff hit by the ball in play as Medham pops this one up, and the game is over. A 5-4 victory for the Santa Barbara Foresters. They come to the Blues' house and beat them by 1 run.
Just mistakes that cannot happen if you're the Blues. Constantine just jetting over to third, and then I have no idea what Sam Ardois was doing. You don't even get E.J. Royal to the plate, who's your best batter in this entire team, because of the mistakes that you make on the bases. You just have to clean that up. The errors weren't the issue today. The errors, actually, 2 of them didn't cost them any runs, but the costly base running.
Yeah, the Blues transitioned their errors from defense over to offense on base running. 3 base running errors. That is the difference in today's ball game, folks. It was inspiring to see that 3 spot in the 7th inning. The Blues finally showing some life in this ball game off the 3 hits, 2 doubles from Witten and Lewis. But after that and before that, really not anything to be proud of. And I'm aware that the Santa Barbara pitchers are nasty. Let's just say that first and foremost. Diego Ramos is gross. Frank Camarillo had a great day as well in 4 innings of work. And Will Rogers just shut the door against the Blues. I mean, he just shoved fastballs right in their faces, and he challenged them with it, and they just couldn't capitalize on their swings.
You're right. He was the best pitcher of the day, in my opinion, for the Blues. His stuff was gross. He was very quick working, which threw the Blues off, and they were unable to really touch him up at all.
Well, a bright spot for San Luis Obispo is that Damazonio had a nice comeback game today. 6 innings of work, 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 of them earned, 3 walks, and his 7 strikeouts. His stuff was gross. All of those 3 runs came in that 1 inning, and the 5 after that, completely scoreless, and he racked up those 7 strikeouts. The offense just has to come through to support their starting guy who gave them the length that they need in games like this.
You are right. And also, Ericus Pajunas, on the topic of great Blues pitching today. Yeah. He had a rough outing his last time in Walnut Creek, and today, through 3 innings, gave up just 1 run, and that was the inherited runner, struck out 5 batters. So something you can maybe use going forward is the pitching that you had today, but the base running has to get cleaned up before the game on Tuesday.
3 hours and 58 minutes is the final time of this ball game on an 84-degree afternoon in San Luis Obispo. The Blues, on their next game, will face the Foresters. They're facing them on July 3rd down at Santa Barbara's crib. Or no, they'll face them here for the firework game. And that game is already sold out, as a matter of fact. We've been promoting the tickets for months now. And it's finally arrived, the firework game. But before that, they have a Tuesday matchup hosting the Orange County Riptide. That's at 6 p.m. on July 2nd. And then after that, it's the Foresters. And then on July 4th, they play down in Santa Barbara again. They're playing them 8 times this season. They've already done so 4. And Santa Barbara takes the series 3-1 against the Blues so far. So we have an off day tomorrow on Monday, but we will be back on Tuesday to provide you coverage of the OC Riptide, who is also an upper echelon CCL South team. If you can't make it out to the game, tune in to Ryan and I on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. Have a great day.